but we highly recommend that you are here before 2, because he will start on time, and that's it. Carola?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. So it is my pleasure to introduce you to Professor Carola Hein. Professor Carola Hein holds the UNESCO Chair for Water, Ports, and History Cities. Before achieving this position, she has a very long CV. It's very hard to go through all that she has accomplished so far, so I just would like to highlight some of the interesting things she did. But for you to understand, she's now a full professor at UU Delft, and she's also chair of the History of Architecture and Urban Planning. She initiated Port City Futures, which you can check online. I will give you the link. She received major grants from prestigious institutions, several. The Guggenheim Fellowship, the Volkswagen Foundation, Japanese, so and on and on. So it's a very long list. She's now the president of the International History and Planning Society. And she's widely published and widely quoted. So it is a very significant pleasure and privilege for all of us to have her with us within this conference. So thank you, and the stage is yours, Carola.
Thank you very much for the, hold on. Yes, that I'm not mute. So thank you very much for the introduction and the invitation. And first of all, apologies. I would have loved to be with you, but unfortunately that didn't work out. I think this has been a wonderful project, the SOS Waterfront, and I'm really delighted if I can contribute something to the discussions that you are currently having. What I would like to do, and I'm going to share my screen now, is to introduce you a bit to the thinking around port city territories and waterfronts that we've been developing over the last couple of years under the direction or with the focus on from Port City Futures. Now, to briefly introduce you a bit to what we've been talking about, or why Port City Futures, what's in the name, what we want to do take a look at the website, so portcityfutures.nl. It's a research center led by the 3 Dutch universities in South University and Leiden University. And the advantage of having this collaboration is that we have a truly transdisciplinary focus. So there is as much design, architecture, urbanism as there are chairs in history and people working in anthropology, archaeology, economics, because I think those are all the disciplines we actually need to solve the burning issues of the future. So what we want to do is to work across disciplines, across scales, from material to landscape, across time, so that we look at the past, that we try to understand the systems of the past, to rethink
Carola, I think we are experiencing some sound problems. Can you hear me?
We'll see you.
Oh dear, my communication just dropped. Apologies for that. I will continue. I hope can you hear me again now?
Yes. Yes. It's all fine.
Okay. Sorry about that. I hope it's better. Otherwise, I have to see what I can do. I will turn off my camera. Maybe that helps because you don't need to see me while I'm talking. So what I was just saying is that we need to find new ways to connect academia and practice, and to reach out to a general public, and to do so also in easily understandable ways. So one of the things we've been developing are open online courses, which help us to bring the ideas that we are spearheading to people around the world, to engage people who are working, for example, in the port of Manila or Valparaiso, who are working in cities in Africa and other places around the world. So it gives us an opportunity to both to talk, but also to listen. At least I think that's what we as academics should be doing. We are currently developing a new system of professional education courses, which are, the first one is about water system design. The second one will be about the Port City territory. And the idea behind it is that we really need a much more system-based approach to our landscape, And water is by definition a system. We might encounter water mostly when it comes out of the tap, but we need to think from source to sea and see how our cities, our interventions, our landscapes link to it. And to get that kind of an idea message across, we need different tools. We cannot only teach in the classroom, while this is also important, but among others, we've now developed a serious game which is called Water Values, with the idea that we start with a landscape. So we have these tiles that are based on the scale of the landscape. And from the landscape, we add on urban divided into groups of people talking about water heritage policy, and they compete with each other in shaping the landscape over 10 generations and experience the kind of impact it has on water quality, it has on water levels. So everybody both plays for them individually, while they also play as a group. So if you do not negotiate the future right, well, your entire landscape gets flooded or it dries out. So to get a sense about how this water system is being affected by port industries, by urban activities, etc. We've also been trying to, or providing a platform now for the UN 2023 Water Week to get a platform working for publications, for discussions. And one of them is a new journal, which is called Blue Papers. We now have 3 issues on the website, so it's bluepapers.nl, where you can see it, to facilitate this engagement of practice and academia, to find a way of peer-reviewed articles that are short, but also crisp, that are future-oriented, and bringing together the past, the present, and the future. So if that matter, which is also, I think, at the heart of what you are all discussing. Why do port cities, for me, are a unique territory, a unique site? They are different from, say, capital cities or university cities or religious cities, because they have had over time shared goals in facilitating the transport of goods and people across this territory. They've often had to negotiate different stakeholder groups and align the goals so that these key elements of port city territories could be adapted. And they have been very resilient over time. So if you think about how many port cities have died through the ages, most of all, these locations have been picked up by other groups and be revitalized. So I would argue that there is a certain port city culture that drives and makes them particularly able to address change, to be particularly resilient. Now, this resilience is important at a time of climate change, at sea level rise. Can we activate this creativity both for all the port city territories where a large part of our population lives, and for as models for other cities around the world, which I think is also key to the things you're discussing. Now, port city territories are not always good. Don't get me wrong. There are a particular type of cities, but we, for example, made this little movie called The Magic of Port Cities, where we also think about the negative impact of port cities, be it industry, be it slavery. You can come up all kinds of different elements. So in order to move towards a more sustainable future, we have to understand how port city territories worked in the past, what the role of sociocultural elements was to then recreate maritime mindsets for the future. And why I'm saying this, for the last 100 years or so, or at least since containerization, ports have become machines that are disjointed from the landscape. Every element in a chain of circularity has to also produce value for the landscape around it. So we really need to rethink the role that ports play in the cities, in the landscapes in which they are placed. And that also means we need to start with words. So that's why it's not just about the waterfront, the port city. It's really, for me, about the port city territory from sea to hinterland. So in order to solve these problems that we're currently facing, and we've tried to capture them in a number of dualities, they are very complex. We need to work together with diverse groups. So we cannot face problems of pollution and urban development, or a topic that's important for the waterfront, which is heritage and migration. How can we deal with changing population groups and changing interests? Perhaps people coming from the land side that don't have a feeling for maritime heritage, and get this heritage appreciated and preserved for the future. And they travel through lived in neighborhoods. So who has the right of passage? Is it about the mobility of care, or is it about the mobility of logistics that may or may not have a benefit to every specific location? And port city territories are also unique with this relation of global chains and their impact on local politics. So all of these are part of the dilemmas that port city territories are facing, and for which we urgently need the port, or the future port, future industries, future means of transition of goods are embedded into local cities, local labs, local rural areas. Now, this is clearly a model from Rotterdam, but you can think of places like the M4H area, Meerewierhaven, where creative industries are moving in while the port is still functioning. So with this idea, we've been working on the question of maritime mindsets, maritime culture, maritime values, and how to bring those back to the cities. So I'm arguing that cities need to get a better understanding of what ports do and not just turn the back to them, but also ports need to get a better understanding of the cities and territories in which they are located so that they can actually have added value. So we need a face or an approach that is symbiotic, that is an ecosystem approach, and not one where the port sits as a parasite within the territory. Now, to achieve such a view, we need to look from the sea to the shore. So rather than looking at it from a nation-based perspective, we should take the ship, which here in Northern Europe could decide to go to Hamburg, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, or Antwerp, whereas the ports that are in these national territories are often thought only in their national context. So with that in mind, we've published books like The Urbanization of the Sea to show that the sea itself needs to be the point of departure of our thinking, conceptualization, and planning. It is already a territory where legal practices, ownership have been mapped out. It's a place of extraction, but it has lost its power of imaginaries. So where we had traditionally maps that showed sea monsters and mermaids and you name it, today it seems to be a place that is completely blank, where we can drop in all the industrial developments that we can't place anywhere else. In order to really make use or get the starting point back to the sea, to the oceans, to give voice to nature, to all the other elements that are part of the sea, we have to revive these imaginaries. So this is why I've been arguing for a port cityscape approach, where we start with the ship. We look at drilling platforms, pipelines, all the things we've been putting in the sea already, the port industries which are on the shore, but also logistics centers, warehouses, infrastructure to the back, and all the way into the hinterland, where we have the dry ports. Because today, the problem of the ports is often no longer the point of transition, but it's really the hinterland access. And the way we think about this chain or this sea-land continuum is also reflected in how we envision it. So whether we show postcards of the headquarters or we don't have anymore postcards, say, of refineries, of the heavy industry. Most of the heavy industry parts in the port are debranded, whereas the historic ports, the historic waterfronts with their traditional ships are put to the forefront. But in the spatial context, these areas are actually really small. Now, in Lisbon are leading. And with this same idea of starting at the sea, of acknowledging different forms of water, different types of water bodies. So we are including the Dutch Delta, the Hamburg River system, the Malmö Straits, the coast in Lisbon, the lagoon in Venice. How can we bring attention back to oceans, seas, water bodies, rivers, and use culture as specific drops to activate and to bring back a new water thinking? So in that context, we are, among others, leading a drop, what we call a drop, so this culture drops on future tidal architectures, with the idea that if we think architecture from and planning from the water side, that we understand that humans are part of nature, that we think nature, so not just humans, but also non-humans, other living beings. If we think with a sectional approach from groundwater to the sewage pipes to the water in the air, we get a much more, much broader, much better understanding of how to embed what we do in last year. So Lily was looking at different ways of redesigning coastlines for porosity, so for changing water levels. So maybe we need floating markets, or we have sport activities that are both on sea and land. So she was imagining different architectures and structures that could actually bridge or engage with changing water levels. And I do think that these kinds of, well, you can say academic approaches are key to what we need to achieve in the future if we want to deal not only with rising seas, but with all types of changing water levels, because it can even be in the Netherlands drought, it can be more rain, it can be all kinds of things that we need to acknowledge. Now, that also provides an important place for heritage, and the way we think about our traditional heritage also tells us how we are changing and adapting to the actual design. So are we taking a heritage approach where we preserve a facade and for the rest we just it's a kind of a pretend approach to the past? Or do we activate heritage in much more complex ways? And to get to this point of activating heritage in more complex ways, we have, for example, been working with mental mapping as a tool. This is an example that came out of the open access course on reimagining port cities, where one of the learners, Cristian Moreno from the port of Valparaiso, gave us a mental map of the engagement of Valparaiso, which is a World Heritage Site, between sea and land. And this World Heritage Site is particularly interesting because it's also partly on port territory. So the question is, how can we negotiate these very wicked problems, these very complex systems in a place that is also a transitional landscape? So even the way that he talked about the place where the shipping lines have to go through, that there is actually an imaginary of water there's an imaginary of understanding how the landscape at the back, so there are certain ravines in the background where humid air is being historically blown down, which preserves the World Heritage Site. So this whole complexity of the landscape and its intersection at the waterfront. Now, in order to get to what I think he really has as a very complex understanding of landscape, how can we get there and how can we understand whether others have this approach? So we've been asking our students to draw these kinds of maps, and it very much depends on what you ask them to do, what kind of answer you get. So the Delft students, for example, if we ask them to design or to mental map Rotterdam port city, then we probably get very port-oriented, ship-oriented images. If we ask them to map Rotterdam as a city, so these are the kind of port city images. If we ask them to map Rotterdam city, we get a very different approach. So it seems to be clear that their intersection is not really that for people who do not want to draw into something a bit more easy that all of you can do on your iPhone. I've just been screenshotting my mental map. Where do I take pictures when I go back to Hamburg, which is my hometown? And all of a sudden, among the numbers, I see that south of the Elbe River, in the port area north of the Elbe River, that's where I apparently have been taking most of my pictures. So those are things that have stuck with my personal idea to think about how could we activate this kind of thinking to get people beyond the understanding of what are, for example, the traditional waterfronts. So Hamburg's UNESCO World Heritage Site with the traditional warehouses, that's what people visit. But it's also important to think about the actual ports that are then in the background and their connection. So the larger intersection between water and land, port and city. Now, we've been working on trying to identify what the path dependencies are behind this, and particularly looked at mapping. Now, using geospatial mapping as a method to bring forward the sea-land continuum, to look from sea to shore, to actually understand also maritime flows, and to see how these port cities evolve. And I'm specifically not talking per se of comparison, because it's about how do these cities react as they are part of the same networks, and yet they evolve very differently. So what are the drivers of these different transformations? So on one end, we've been looking at deep mapping on from the perspective of the growing port. So we could have done this in the year 1300 and looked through scales, or we could have looked in the same space through time, which would have given us a temporal axis. But we decided to do it mixing the two approaches towards the perspective and to see how the port development is related to the larger territorial development around it. And I think that sees from time. So we started doing this with Rotterdam, Hamburg, and London. And I should say it's quite difficult to get all the historic maps drawn to scale so that you have a reliable platform. But what you can already see is very different forms of ports in relation to landscape. And I'll show you quickly these developments in detail. But what we've been deriving from Rotterdam is that in the case of Rotterdam, it's the port that leads in the sense that there's always the port first and the city, or actually the cities, follow. So Rotterdam City tries to catch up with the port as it grows. But effectively, the port is the port of an entire territory where we have Delft and Leiden and Dordrecht and many other cities. So we have one big port entity, but many different voices around it. This is very different from London, where I would say the city has taken the lead. Even though the docklands and the port were very important, in the end, it's the financial place, London, that has, put its imprint also on the waterfront, and the port itself has escaped all the way out of the city, away from the control of the port. So there's perhaps one example back to Hamburg where port and city have evolved in a tandem. And I think that tells us a lot also about questions of governance. Hamburg is a city state. So the idea has always been to keep the port within the borders of the city. I should have perhaps mentioned, so in the beginning, there were actually 3 port cities, so Hamburg, Altona, and the third one, Harburg on the south. In the 1930s, this was integrated in the state, and since then, Hamburg has managed to contain the port development within these borders. So I'm arguing that this historic mapping, GIS-based mapping, can tell us a lot about path dependencies and development. So when we now look at, for example, here, the territory, and we look at a port, this was an Irish port recently, we could look at all kinds of elements. We could look at statistics, but we can also look at it in terms of maritime flows, the ships that are actually out there, how they change the territory, or how they change the air quality. Because those are the kind of contextual factors that, in my opinion, we should be bringing in. So as part of this approach, we are currently finishing a book which is called the Port City Atlas. The Atlas is based on these ideas of spatial mapping, but contemporary spatial mapping, looking at European data and maritime flows. And from these intersection of maritime flows and population densities, we have always comparing connecting with a specific methodology, the shipping flows and the urban territories, to develop a series of kind of standardized maps on these sites to really understand how the sea-land intersection has an impact on the territory. So if you take, this is still, it's is being discussed through the type of transshipment that is happening, for example, in Lisbon, the type of city that we are facing, including the section, because it's a very different story if you have a deep sea port or if you have high mountains in the back. It's very important to look at these 100 maps from the perspective of the intersection between Natura 2000 sites and transport. It really matters whether a port is all along a coast or whether it's, so for example, alongside a river. So each port is different, and yet each port fulfills the same functions. And I think that's a critical takeaway, but it will also hopefully help us understand how to generate conversations between these different sites and their unique needs. The energy transition, addressing climate change, all of these stories will be told in a different way, or will have to be addressed with different policies in different spatial contexts. So here again, I've just shown you Rotterdam and Hamburg very briefly to give you an idea how important the spatiality is, the social institutions are, and I think the ways in which we are going to imagine these different transitions. Now, I'm using this, and I'll just give you one more quick insight, and we can also come back to any of these maps if you like. So or maybe one more point here on Hamburg. Hamburg traditionally, as you've seen in the map, evolved on both sides of the river, but by the fact that the port has now brought to the south of the river, it is far enough from the city to, for example, address questions of the big ships being built across the river. So those are spatial conditions that are unique to every site and that need to be acknowledged. So we cannot just stay with Hamburg or Rotterdam or Lisbon as a red dot on a map. We really have to understand the spatial conditions. Now, I've been using these kinds of maps and approaches also for teaching, because if we, particularly as architects and planners, when I first talk to my students and I give them a map and say, here's Rotterdam, for example, what can we do? I usually got the answer, oh, let's get rid of the port and put housing on it. Now, I think the last couple of years with Corona and all kinds of crises have already shown us that we need ports, but we need ports also as a theme for architects and planners. We need to understand what they actually do and how important transshipment, for example, is. Let's say to get medical goods across. Maybe there are things where we can save and no longer facilitate the Amazons and other companies of this world. So we should be using our ports carefully in a systemic way so that they can actually deliver value for the city and the territory next to them. And many of the ports are eager to do this. Think of Barcelona or other places where they try to think their own function, both in terms of transshipment, but also in terms of added value to the territory. Now, when we use this as a foundation for architecture studios, for example, our students are asked to come up with long-term visions. Here, this was for Rotterdam 2080, where they thought in steps of energy generation change? How will housing change? How can we get rid of or unbuild the refineries which occupy 3/4 of the Rotterdam port area? And these students went as far as designing bird landing places inside the port. So they were really thinking of the port city as an ecosystem, as a territory. Now, some of these students, and I do think we need that too, came up with much more dystopian. So they were thinking about decades of machines moving around across the territory. There are visions from these students who might be about floating ports. So if the water is rising anyway, maybe we should just address that through the question of a floating territory. And Naples, in this case, is particularly interesting because we have a World Heritage Site and a port that is all the way along the coast. So the city itself, the heritage site, is completely cut off from the water. And on the other hand, the port can't reach its hinterland where it actually needs to go. So many of these issues where we have to get rid of all oil refinery sites that are claimed both by port and city are really urban topics that need to be brought to the forefront in terms of negotiating between sea and land, between port and city. So again, our students can come up with all kinds of visions, but I do think they help us renegotiate and rethink the values that port and city, water and land have for the territory. And other students So this is just to give you an idea of how a rethinking of the intersection between sea and land, to thinking in terms of porosity, of not one single line that divides sea and land, but about a zone that is open for brackish water, swamps, practices that are both on sea and land is needed, I think, to design the future. We are talking more and more about floating architectures, but these need to be connected to landscapes of windmills and whatever is already out there in the sea. So this whole theme of floating architecture I think it calls for the attention of architects and planners to rethink these areas at the edge of sea and land, to bring in designers, but in collaboration with, say, anthropologists and historians, and to find a way to collaborate that is actually a model also for society, but which is also locally adapted, because a Lisbon will need other answers than a Rotterdam or a Hamburg. And I've hoped to give you an idea of how we can address that, what kind of tools are out there, and hopefully how we can even collaborate in these kinds of settings. So I will stop there and hope to have some questions.
Thank you. Can you see the audience?
I can see the audience, but I can't hear the audience yet.
Yeah, but you will hear because there will be questions. So maybe I will dare to throw the first question. So I was really interested in this idea of active heritage in port territories, because it's directly related with what we're doing. And I was particularly interested in this development in time and space and those maps, and how we can develop comparative cases. Because that really generate conversations among the cities. And we have participants here that are coming from these 5 cities that we have been comparing, plus we have other participants as well. But so we have been doing this research on 5 cities, which are Stockholm, Thessaloniki, Gdansk, Lisbon, and Rome. And we have been imagining new design solutions for each after listening to the local experts. So in that sense, we are very much in line with Port City Futures, because we are trying to understand the future, if that's possible. So my question is, do you have any suggestion to this group?
To this group on here.
There was a cut.
Can you hear me? Okay. So I think can you hear me again?
Yeah.
Okay. I think your question is what for these groups of cities in order to connect sea and land, port and city, etc., and what kind of methods we can actually use. Mm-hmm. And so this is something that we've now been looking at, because design scenarios are great. Don't get me wrong. Strategies are important, but we need to anchor them in the local population. And so those are the kind of, and get buy-in. And ports, by definitions, are not lived-in places. So who are actually the stakeholders of the port? So that's why I think we need to regenerate a maritime awareness, a maritime mindset, to allow people to think about a long-term future and the role that transport things can play in it. Now, you started your question by saying, how can we activate heritage? And what struck me in the mapping, so as I said, we have 25 cities per sea, or 20. Now, World Heritage Sites may have a completely different reason than maritime to have the OUV, but yet the sites themselves, or the buffer zones, are often closely linked to port city territories. How can we think about strategies beyond tourism? And that, I think, is the place where, for example, the UNESCO Historic Urban Landscape approach meets the needs of the port. So if you think of a city like Amsterdam that is swamped by tourism, or other cities that are now planning cruise ship areas, which will not necessarily help the local development. heritage site to be embedded in local practices and at the same time form a bridge to the port city activities next to them. So if we can focus on these areas of potentially dilemmas, I do think that's where we have a real opportunity. And I'm not saying that I have solutions, but I think we should come up with a toolbox of mental mapping, stakeholder mapping, value deliberations, those kinds of things form different packages, but you need to have long-term engagement. Once and doing a thing, it's accompanying processes on the ground with visuals and allowing people to develop this kind of thinking and then co-creating the spaces.
We have some questions in the room.
Now I think you're muted.
Now we have some questions in the room. So can we take the first one? Do we need a microphone?
Yes.
Yeah. So just a moment for the microphone. Okay.
Oh.
Thank you. Carola Heim-Fretsalders, former TU Delft, captain of the 16 people in this program from the Netherlands. I have a question. The enormous growth of cities in the world. Your examples are European cities, something like 1 million people, but in Asia we have cities of 30 million people. And we have climate change. How can we match with your ideas and studies the enormous growth of cities in the world and climate change? Thank you.
Well, this is maybe I should say that I lived 5 years in Tokyo myself, and worked on the rebuilding of Japanese cities. So yes, many of the problems will occur in Asia. And if you look at Jakarta or other places where the ground is sinking, where particular population groups, and it's usually the poorer people who will be the first to experiment these elements of climate change. So we can make it, it's much more complex than what I've been discussing ourselves. And if we just take the example of Jakarta, you have on the one hand plans that almost seem to be plucked out of the drawers of the Dutch from the 1960s that are brought to Jakarta as a plan for the capital city. We have Indonesian plans for the new capital city almost escaping the old one. So if we really want to do it right, and that's where I think these kinds of maps and tools and co-creation tools come in, are really needed in any place, because we need to understand the socioeconomic impact on local populations, the local visuals. Say one of the outcomes of our online course, for example, we had one learner from Manila ports, and he said to me in the end, which made me really happy, I have to say, we came into the course to design, I came into the course to learn how to design the port of the future. I came out of the course knowing that I have to design the port city territory of the future. So it's perhaps even more urgent to think all the Asian metropolises or all the big metropolises at the edge of sea and land from a perspective to living with water. And often enough, there are traditional practices that have been doing so, and going back to some local interventions may also help us to rethink the future. And no, that's not a very concrete answer, but then we would have to look at one specific spot, for example.
Thank you.
Or maybe to turn it the other way around. Are the Corps of Engineers proposals for the US to build straight sea walls to protect the entire country, is that the solution? Or do we have to rethink, come up with new societal proposals?
Okay, we have a couple of other questions. So Tulia, go ahead.
Thank you so much for this inspiring presentation. I'm Tulia Di Giacomo from Italy, and you underlined the fact that geospatial technology can be a link between sea and the land, the sea and the land, and also like an integration of knowledge and of scales. So my question is, what about other innovative tools such as artificial intelligence? Thank you.
Well, I think the question is in particular, how do we make use of them? And artificial technology from ChatGPT to visualization, it's all out there. The question that I would say is, how can we put values first? So my university in Delft has the motto, technology for a better society. The society is, I think, is a big question. So yes, we can use all kinds of, from virtual reality to AI, with image matching, research, etc. But why do we do it, for what purpose and for whom? So if we could get those value questions sorted out, then we can decide which technologies we want to use for what purpose. And so I'm a bit afraid, or I would argue that we need to get away from the technology-driven goal of technology first. And so what we are currently trying to make is this geospatial platform to actually say, how can we bring the local voices, the voices that are underrepresented, onto the same, empower them to a certain degree next to the voices that already will be heard. And I'm not sure that ChatGPT or AI technologies will do this on their own unless we have values first. Or make it more simple, when I hired a postdoc on AI for an image matching project, I said, can we also have a feminist algorithm? Because even the AI technology will always repeat the problems we have. And if you ask an AI algorithm to look for dogs, you will even find dogs in a spaghetti plate, because that's how the AI has been trained. For digital twins, great, but what are we using them for will determine also what outputs we get. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Vicente, can we take your question now? Sure. The microphone. Can we film the audience?
Hi, I have a simple question. First of all, congratulations on that wide research, incredible work. I have a very marginal understanding or studies of port cities. I did a little bit of research in Rio, and then I worked in Baltimore. But anyway, my question, I think everything you said is fantastic. I like the idea of working with mental mapping, although that's a very limited tool. But anyway, it's good to try to reconnect people to the sea, to the water. But my first question is more towards the political economy of what you're saying. Because from my experience, one of the most difficult tasks is to convince the port authorities and the mix of power that controls all the port territories to participate in such an endeavor. In Rio, for instance, not only there was a national quasi-public corporation taking care of some of the port, but there were like 30 different types of stakeholders that possess control over the port. And I suppose that it's the same thing everywhere, at least from my knowledge. So, and I haven't heard you speak of that, which I think is the greatest impediment in doing all the work you have been doing. And I think in Lisbon, it's the same problem. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure.
Thank you.
And I think you hit it, it's spot on. I mean, the problem is that it's a territory that has a lot of different players and players with very different powers. And that of cities that have competing against each other. You have NGOs fighting for it. So you have a territory that is very unbalanced. And how do you get these different actors to talk to each other? I do think that it's the right moment to do so. So we had a conference in 2018 where we tried to raise value deliberation, to try to get all these different players to talk to each other at eye level and to listen to each other. We even so AIVP, for example, is hosting courses where we talked also with different players to see if they actually are able to understand why different groups are emerging. So I'm going to give you a few examples. Francesca Savoldi, one of the postdocs working with me, has a website which is called Contested Ports. So she is working, trying to connect different local initiatives that are fighting or discussing port extensions in different contexts, Valencia, Piraeus, whatever, to empower them and to give them the same kind of voice to talk to each other. So the way, and then there you could use even AI tools if you like, but the idea behind it is if we can agree on shared values rather than discussing, for example, the height of a fence or the amount of emission. So I didn't talk about or very briefly about the health question. If a port is not limited to the emissions they produce, it affects the areas around it. But we are at a point now, I think, where the ports realize that they need to have local buy-in and citizen support. And I hear that from more and agents in a large territories, and we have to find ways to allow them to talk to each other and to listen to each other. So, because otherwise it's just sending. So for example, groups like AIVP, port centers, water musea, I mean, there's all kinds of agents that we should help empower to facilitate these discussions among various stakeholders. One colleague from Uruguay once told me they set up every Monday morning at 9 when he was in the ministry to say something about the territory. So again, it goes to having a value-based, ongoing process that empowers listening for various communities, and then to reshape and shape actually institutions that can deal with this larger territory. And yes, there you're right, that's not mental mapping. These are really careful co-creation processes where people can if I think the Netherlands, let's start with the port of Scheveningen, or let's Limassol, for example. If you look for an example, I think Limassol, Blue Limassol has been doing excellent work on this, starting with surveys on the territory, bringing conversations of people, swimmers on water together with discussions on yachts and the use of water by different maritime functions. So there are more and more good practice examples emerging without it having the answer yet to give. So, yes.
Carola, thank you so much. We have a tight schedule. It's been an hour. Thank you so much for your time, for your very good presentation. It's really a pleasure. And well, we will continue to collaborate in many other things. So I'll keep you posted on the results of our research team, okay?
Yes, so thanks a lot for the invitation. Again, apologies that I couldn't be there in person, but feel free to send me an email, everybody in the audience. I would love to continue these conversations. Check out the website Port City Futures. It's really meant as a platform to bring all these different initiatives together and facilitate interaction. So internationally, Pedro knows all about it. We've been writing grants together. So I'm definitely looking forward to further collaborations and engagement about these important topics.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I ask for your attention here for the guests at Gulbenkian that we will have a coffee break for half an hour here nearby at the end of the patio. So we will be back at 11:30 with Pedro Hassan Garcia's presentation. So Carola, once again, thank you very much. I hope to see you soon, and we will back here to work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
toda a gente conhece, é isso?
Podes apresentar. Não, é melhor em inglês, porque como isto é streaming, é melhor. Então, mas vamos começar, está na hora.
May I have your attention, please? I kindly ask you to sit so that we can start the second part of this morning for this section. It was very interesting, this Caroline's perspective about the hard heritage, in my point of view. Now, I want you to, I think the majority of you already know Pedro Ressan Garcia. He's the coordinator of this research project. And also now, and researchers, of course, in the Lusófona University, Arquide, and is also teaching in Laval University in Canada. So I call you, Pedro. Thank you for you to start. Thank you.
I'm not going to say good morning again. I would just like to start, and I think this is a half an hour presentation, so this is all I'm asking from you. I'll try to summarize some of the issues and the discussions that we have been carrying on with among our researchers for these last years. So, for those of you who, because I see some people in the audience who are not familiar with this project, so just to summarize very briefly, this is what the meetings and the workshops and conferences that we had in the last few years. And in the base of our debate is this climatic crisis. So we are dealing with 5 waterfront cities, and then we are dealing with vulnerable territories and that are facing new patterns, and the new patterns are not going to be stable within the next years. They will just get worse and worse. So this is already happening. This is not the future. This is already past. And so we're facing climatic disasters or extreme swings. Let's call it extreme swings that force us to look at these territories in a different way. The amount of investment that cities are spending to protect and to adapt and to control disasters are enormous. And that's part of why the European agency gave us the grant, because they understand the relevance and the importance, the necessity of finding solutions. So that's where we are. This is our point of departure. There's clearly a problem. There are huge costs involved, and we're all thinking, okay, what can be done? And in the base of our research, there is this clear understanding that we can learn from each other. And taking on Carola Hines' words, how cities may learn from one another, that's also what we're doing. So the European Commission in the Green Deal is very clear about some future strategies. And we're using here a summary of how things can work and also what are the implications. And although we know what to do, there are resistance. There is always the conservative side or the capacity for these communities to adapt and accommodate change. And as we went along this project, we identified as a group 3 main directions, 3 main, so I'm supposed to have a finger, but I don't. The laser is not really operational, but well, you can see this is, and actually this 3-day conference is also organized by these topics. Now, these topics are not contrary to one another, they are complementary. And in each city, we have identified the 3 of them. It's a matter of dominance or relevance in each city. So to develop a little more on this particular one, and so these are also some of the topics that we thought were relevant. And we have been collecting more knowledge and promoting research on this domain, as well as an approach that is more related with what we, this word doesn't really exist, so it's a new word that we're presenting here, waterscapes, but we thought it's pertinent, relevant, and so we wanted to look from that perspective, and that also goes in line with what Carola was explaining about this maritime perspective. And it's very difficult to talk about after Carola because she mentioned really most of the topics, but we're also into porosity and understanding how cities can increase and promote porosity, because that's also one of the problems that we have identified in many cities. So as we are in Europe, old Europe, historic Europe, and ports are always related with the heart of the historic centers. This is part of what we are delivered by our previous generations. These historic areas that have major walls to protect from water. And we have, in some cases, we have reached these extraordinary, let's call it an artifact, I muraglione, as the Romans call it, and which brought a completely different scale from the citizens who previously had an access and a relation with the river, and now they are somehow cut off from this relation. So what became extremely clear to us is that each case is a case. And we have to have this curiosity, and we have been looking at each case from this perception of time, and understanding how things have evolved, and also understanding the scale. So again, this was also present in the previous presentation, but this methodology allows us to have a more clear, rigorous perception of where we are in each city and how things evolved and what we have to deal with at present. So in the very initial state, let's say, this is what we're dealing with this the contact of water and land, this primordial situation, geographic situation, where then cities have built landfill or adapt the territory or reshape the territory. So we're always dealing with the cultural territory. And the way it has been urbanized covers a wide spectrum of possibilities. So some are more influenced with the topographic aspects. Some are related with hydrologic aspects. So it covers a wide range of solutions. And again, there is always this question of how the urban have been related with porosity, and how also there is a natural cooling from the water side in most of the cases. And also, we register how, in many cases, the built environment has created obstacles to some of these natural systems. The other thing is how many of these industrial areas became brownfields, and in some cases contaminated, but also in some cases open to these new developments, transforming what is known as this blue color, blue as workers working with their hands, to white colors, which is fancy, expensive, new neighborhoods located on the water. So there is also this clear social transformation, social evolution. So you see, we're just listing here a number of parameters that have been considered in our research. And then we are faced with these new patterns, and we will listen to some experts on this later on. But we're also dealing with patterns of rain which are quite new, and that have created, well, for instance, in this city just a few months ago, troubling floods. So I would say that we have been addressing and dealing with these new patterns and trying to understand how the urban environment can react, or what are the means, what are the possibilities or the necessities to adapt and to transform. So this is basically, what we registered, what we faced, and then we, as a group, we start developing a methodology. And the methodology is based on tangible parameters. And in these tangible parameters, we have heritage, waterscape, and porosity based on what I've initially explained, but also intangible. And by intangible, we address those three, which is, in some cases, the urgency, the knowledge, which we summarize by university or the academia, and government. And we will see that in each of these 5 different cities, this is treated differently. And that also raises us some questions to discuss, and also some opportunities to So the way we deal with this, for instance, let's take one of these tangible parameters, and we identify the possibility or the condition of heavy rain and flood or drought on the opposite side. And to the left, the condition of a water stream, and to the right, the condition of a wide surface of water, let's say a large river or a sea or the ocean. And then we go in detail to each, and we do the same for each of the 3 parameters on tangible and the 3 parameters on intangible. And we just create a sort of a framework, and this framework allows us to produce knowledge about a particular case using the same parameters. So we're trying to bring very complex systems, because cities are extremely complex, and try to create a base that is somehow helpful for us. So, for instance, these maps are all at the same scale. So you have a good perception of what are the geographic conditions of each of them. And so we try to use this system of analysis. And here, my laser is not working, but we use the colors to then introduce in the parameters and somehow identified patterns or differences or similarities between the cities. So it's almost like a system of understanding and perceive the problem so that we find a common ground for discussion. And so as we merge them, we identify some tendencies and some diversity, and we can look at each case from a certain perspective. So as we are in Europe, let's take the heritage, for instance, and you immediately see a certain trend of the relevance of heritage in each of the cities that we're looking at. Or the urgency, and as climatic patterns evolve and the predictions are not very, let's say, peaceful, how can we deal with this? And again, for instance, from the governmental perspective of the stakeholders and the political responsibles, how they are dealing with these issues. So let's say that this is also one of the mindsets or framework of our research group that we came across, that we came to realize that up to the 20th century, most of the decisions, and in particular during the 20th century, were based on this vision of hard engineering and how infrastructures should control natural systems, and how the human presence in the territory was based in this idea of control. As we move on, we start to understand that there are other ways, and there is this soft engineering and these other possibilities to address the territory, to organize the territory, and that has been somehow more resilient to climate change. Another topic that we're facing is this increasing problem of the heat island effect. And we're trying to understand, and actually we have one of the experts that presented here. So there are a number of topics that we are trying to understand and integrate in this thinking of new solutions. There is also this emerging trend on green thinking and how we may introduce green thinking in the urban environment, and what are the possibilities that this brings to. To summarize, I'm presenting now 3 slides, where I try to make a very small summary of, this is where we were, and then this is what happened during the 20th century, and this is where we believe that we're going. And now, if I like these sort of summaries because it helps us understand trends, directions, and carry on with the discussion in the same direction. So, there was a great conference in the 1960s, which had the name that the future is no longer what it used to be. And I think that's a great motto because, nobody knows what the future is. So, and we don't know what the future is. So don't take us wrong. We're not into, we know what the future and we know how to design the future. We're all trying to guess. And we can only guess if we make questions, if we can discuss, and knowing that it will be something else. So one of the important things in our project is this idea of understanding what the locals, the community, the local experts think, and what are the problems they shared with us and they acknowledge. But then there is this creative moment within the group that is sometimes, and I love the book, The Meaningless of the Meaningful. What is the, it's an Italian book, right? You know the title, the Italians, But anyway, The Usefulness of the Uselessness. So it's a book that explains that most great ideas came from wandering and from being lost, and that's also part of research. Is sometimes you have to be lost for a while and to wonder and to question. But if these discussions are done in a serious and committed way, they open up a great number of opportunities. So one of the visions that has been quite resistant, I would say, or persistent among our research group is this idea that the urban environment, the waterfront environment, has to increase the sponge effect. What does that mean? I mean, that has very different and complementary strategies, but the vision is there. Now, there is one country who has launched this vision a while ago because they have major problems, and that's China in Asia. And this is a graphic from Wall, because all this content is in Chinese, and I don't read Chinese, and I don't know if you guys read Chinese, but so we were lucky because this is a direct translation of what is the main concept of launched by the government. And this is a very simple one aspect of this system. So it's not saying this is the solution, but it's one of them. Then we had, I would say, a very interesting presentation in, well, we had so many interesting presentations, but I would like to quote one of them by Lucia Nucci. Yeah, actually, she came to visit me at the office a few days ago. And I think she's using, and she has this capacity to summarize some of this thinking, where we look at the territory and we look at these infrastructures and we look at the transition of waterfronts and the urban environment from mechanical to biological. So when we look at this from this perspective, so we start with the flow control, which is an obvious necessity, otherwise we would be suffering a lot. And then we have different ways in each of the 5 cities to deal with this. And somehow this summarizes the possibilities that have been used. And we are also increasingly dealing with filtration and how we can filter the water. And so these are some of the strategies also that we have registered to be implemented. And for instance, we saw great cases in Stockholm that are operational, planned, imagined, implemented, and so that's also one of the values of our research. And even treat these. So we, as a group, we had the opportunity to see on site and discuss this tendency and how we are in transition from one model to another model, and how this is affecting and will be affecting probably in the future more and more cities. Conclusion. Well, we have been looking at 5 cities, as explained in the beginning, and in each of the 5 cities we picked sites that were chosen by the local experts and that cover a wide scope of problems. And so we have, this is only a part, we have like 3 times this. And then what we are doing here in this last group meeting in Lisbon is that we selected one of these design for each city. And so we are using this common framework to start and addressing the particular problems of this site that was given, and then imagine and design a solution for this situation. And so we have this one, for instance, this is one of the design solutions that we selected and that we are developing now. And Freeham, am I correct or no? Not. Freeport. And the one in Gdansk. Thank you. Questions, please.
Okay. Thank you, Pedro, for your very interesting way of presenting some scientific data, and as a very pedagogical, I think, way, so that because we are all working, not all, but many of us are working on these 5 sites, and we are thinking over and sometimes overthinking about some of the problematics, and it's very interesting to see some of these organized data, the results, not results, but some of the understanding of this data. I wanted not, it's a question, but it's more kind of a comment, because also I'm also dealing with this over with among my, our site that we are working in, but also in our day-to-day, let's say, in the pedagogical life, connecting with our with students and bringing this possibility to think about the waterfront in a new age, with kind of a new paradigm of when thinking about these waterfronts. But I have a kind of a comment, but it's a question comment. Because I'm thinking about it. It's the thing that we understand. One of the things that comes to our eyes is, of course, the kind of re-nature, a re-softening of the built environment and of the coast, in this case of the waterfronts. I wanted to ask you, because, for instance, and this is a kind of an enlarged discussion, because we have heard about Carola Hein in the previous conference, talking about the hard heritage. It's a huge heritage areas in scale, but it's also in terms of its building materiality very, very hard. I wanted to ask you, because we are here in this session about the heritage and cultural interests around these waterfronts and the climate emergency, I wanted to ask you, how do you see this combination of the re-nature and also bringing this hardness as a cultural interest, because it is? What are, or maybe you have some examples that can kind of bring some visual possibilities for the future, because I am always wondering about this, the hardness and the softening of the porosity.
Okay, I think that's a fantastic question. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can give you, as we are in Lisbon, I can give you a very straightforward answer to that. Based on what I've learned throughout this research project and about what is going on and what are the new trends or the present trends. For instance, when there is a major flood in the city, which happened, I was not here, but it was just before Christmas, right? And then there was a reaction, and now they're building, and there are major works going on in the city to build a massive pipe to drain the water. So that's very 20th century culture, this idea of control. And when you think about the costs of hundreds of millions that it's involved, and you understand this is not promoting porosity. This is, again, thinking 20th century and the idea of control to solve a problem, because new patterns of rain. The thing is, the patterns today are changing, and so probably when this tunnel is finished, it's already outdated, or it's not capable of. So it strikes me how decisions and tax money is still being used within this nostalgic vision of the world, of the built environment, without acknowledging this idea of porosity and these present strategies to engage in different solutions, which would be probably opening new canals and letting the water flow and having public spaces designed along this open. So this is not only happening in Lisbon, this is happening in many different cities. And so the money is being spent, and that's why we start with the money in the beginning, because on the base of all this, there are, of course, physical aspects, cultural aspects, social aspects, but also huge costs. And so this is where we are.
I agree. Okay. Oh, yes. Of course. Thank you, Bernardo. So we are opening now for Vicente del Rio. Please.
Two quick questions. Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Two quick questions. I think that was a great presentation, great template for future research. I think that, yes, urban planning should look more into porosity, permeability. But I have two little questions. One, if you mentioned the question of heritage, which is incredible. So I think that complementary to the porosity and this, let's call it slow planning approach, we need to also think of the old 20th century hardscape, hard engineering approach towards heritage. For instance, how can you think of porosity and permeability and solutions, the correct solutions to defend things like Venice, or to defend things like the Tower of Berlin, or San Francisco Airport that's going to be flooded in 30 years. So you have to have complementary hardscape, hard engineering solutions. That is one question. So how does that enter the equation? The other is tsunamis, right? Because a lot of, I don't know much about Europe, but a lot of our coastal cities can be affected by tsunamis. And the porosity should also be thought in reverse. How can these populations be saved or defended against a sudden tsunami? Like in Japan, they have little signs at certain heights to tell the people, come here in case of tsunami. So it's one porosity which can be bad if you think of how many lives are going to be lost, right? Anyway, just comments that came to my mind. Thank you.
Well, I remember 2 years ago, we had in one of our meetings someone saying sea level rise is an actual problem, but it's going to be a while. 2 years later, experts are saying it's going to be a problem and it's not going to be a while. So you just go, what? Didn't you say the opposite 2 years ago? Yeah. So this is where we are. Now thinking that you have to protect some of the neighborhoods that are at risk. I would say on a long term, what you can do is to alert people that they are in a dangerous area and they should start thinking about moving, or they shouldn't build basements, or that it's also interesting because we learn from some of the cases that we studied that our ancestors in some areas, they would not build any basements, and the first floor was waterproof. So all the materials were designed to accommodate floods. So, and then we had this extraordinary presentation about the Pantheon, how it was also designed and ready to accommodate flood. And so I think there is something of those examples that can be useful today to understand that our ancestors, in some cases, were extremely clever, and they were already designing to accommodate that and to be ready for that condition. I would say most of the problematic situations were boosted or implemented in late 20th century or after the Second World War, and in some cases they are still being implemented, which in many cases rely on this arrogance that we can handle it and we can control it. And to use Carola's Hein words, where the human being is not seen as part of the system, but the system is there to serve the human being. And I think that's a shift of paradigm that is quite clear between different generations. If we ask these young people, for them it's very clear that, because that's assumed. But people who are taking the decisions and who are in control, they are usually older and they see it differently, and they are still using the parameters of the 20th century. So that's, I would say that there is always a cultural gap, but it's becoming extremely strong in that sense, in the visions about what we should be doing or not are going in very different directions. So I think it's a very interesting moment. And you were next in line. He was first. Sorry, Ivana. My mistake. Sorry.
Yeah, Pedro, thank you for your lecture. It's interesting. And, I'm one of the older decision makers. You can see that. I'm not young anymore. And I wonder what the most interesting is in this kind of transformation we're talking about in cities, is the part that Carola Hein said, is the stakeholders, the people who are involved in it and who make the decisions. She told us that a way of mind mapping would be the start of all transitions to make it for people worthwhile, to add value. And I see in the analysis you make, I miss for a part how we can compare the cities in the mind map thing, in the stakeholders. Are there differences? I think that there are many differences. And what are they? Do you have information about that? And can we put that on the end results of this conference?
Thank you. Well, if I understand correctly, you were wondering if we had more information about the influence of stakeholders and, let's say, political perceptions or political strategies used by. We didn't invest much on that, and the reason is we had discussions on that, and we understood that each of the 5 had gone through very different political rhythms and systems. So it was almost super hard to find a common ground. But in any case, we implemented the parameter of intangible of government, because we also realize that some of the design, some of the transformation was being bottom up, and some were very much top-down, and some were very democratic or listening to the community, and others were very authoritarian, to the point that was almost autocratic, without taking care or without listening. So we have been trying to consider that, but we realize they cover such a huge scope. And so I would say that, for instance, Carola's Hein research is giving more detail and more reference to that. I've been writing papers with her as well, and so I'm quite sensitive to that, and I'm also aware how sometimes you don't really find a common ground to compare. You know, for instance, you are Dutch, you live in the Netherlands, which is, let's say, an old democracy, and that has a few standards. They are so different in Southern Europe, you know. Or if you compare to Greece, which has this threat of other invasions, or because they, you know, it's not that long ago that they were. So the priorities there are quite different, and then we get to Sweden, and wow, it's something else. You know, they have the means, they have a history of, and we've visited neighborhoods that were started by listening, by consulting the communities, they trained populations to participate. So even in Canada, I'm sharing that. You know, Canada is this very democratic country, and I'm in a research group there. And the other day I was sharing that. No, but in Sweden they trained the people, and they were like, "What?" So, yeah. So I mean, that's we. And I would say that's one of the richness of Europe, this diversity. The moment we lose the interest for the diversity, we're lost, because we have a lot to learn and to understand how rich this is. I don't know if I answer your question, but I'm just puzzled and struck with differences. Okay. Ivana?
Yes, so I have been in this project from the very beginning, from the 2018, I think we started. And now when I see your summary, I have one reflection, also connected to what you said about what happened in Lisbon, that is the pipe. So during the 5 years, I also worked with another project created by culture sector. And in this project, we tried to organize spaces for meetings between academia, between researchers, between municipalities, organizations, and so on, speaking about climate questions and contested waterfronts and so on. So I was, so to say, on the other side also during the 5 years, meeting hundreds of people, and then jumping back to SOS Climate Waterfront. And I wonder, why was this project useful? And who was it useful for? And did we achieve what we wanted to achieve from the beginning? Starting with dreams, a lot of positive energy, a lot of research, a lot of creation, a lot of alternative master plans, and maybe ending with a pipe in Lisbon. I don't know. What is your opinion as a coordinator?
Well, I would say that's a brilliant question. Ivona, we met before this program, and when we put together the partnership for this program, I mentioned we have to have Ivona. She's a cultural agent, and she's into disseminating and involved with cultural production, with artists, and to reach wider audiences, eventually influence political decisions. We need that aspect. And although you did a great work so far, you haven't been able to influence political decisions in Portugal. We're waiting for that. But I have a dream, and I believe that you will do it at some point. But yeah, this is how important your role and the role of cultural production is in this project, and because you cannot change things without having that action. Now, did we put enough energy? Were we strategic enough? I don't know. I'm clearly out of my comfort zone, so I just listen to people who know, and I say, yes, I try to support, but I don't have that drive, but I think the group has sensed that this is extremely important, and they want to collaborate towards that. But maybe we were not that efficient so far, but maybe we will be in a few years.
I just wanted to add something because I think Ivona's question and comment are really interesting, and I bring just this experience because I think it has a huge impact. We have in one of our first events, we have. I'm not saying names because I think it's interesting to leave it like that. But we received here a representative from a municipality, and he came and he presented himself and he presented his work in his city, and it was very interesting in terms of huge projects and hard projects in his city. And it was very interesting because he did a secondment, so he stayed for a month. And at the end of the event, in the last one of his last presentations for results, he said, it was very interesting to be here. I thought I had bring very interesting
ideas.
Obras, works in my city, but I see now that I have been doing everything wrong, so in the wrong way. So I'm going to change my perspective. So I think this is, of course, not all the stakeholders are here, but the ones that are, I think they are very, they understand this and they take their homes.
I think this will be the last question. Okay, sorry about. We have two. Eva and then Hugo. Oh, you also want? Because we have to go from. I mean, this is a super interesting discussion.
By 12:30, okay, people.
Okay.
The lights go down. The emergency light.
No, but let Eva was first. So sorry, you.
So thank you. I'm Eva Stach. I'm an architect and researcher at the TU in Delft. My question is the following. It's a bit in the line of what we discussed until now. I see since many years that academics and universities and workshops are producing a lot of knowledge. And I see that this knowledge is staying in the universities with the academics, and it's not shared. This is not a new problem. It's a persistent problem, and I hear this, the same. So I think it's very nice what was realized. It's very important. But if it's not shared, as it was shared with the one person at the municipality, probably will not have a result. And that's not because it's not important what happened here, but because the knowledge is not really shared. And so I was curious of two things. What will you do, you or we all, to share this knowledge? And if not now, how in the future? Because I think these bridges of knowledge are we in the position to build up, and not the politicians.
Well, my answer is very short. I've given a number of interviews, so I try to share that. And I've encouraged all the participants to do the same, give interviews.
I wanted only at the votem say something about this discussion. Exactly the same what you said. I was going to say how, because thank you, Pedro, very much for your presentation and summary of the project, because we were working on it during these years, and we worked out a lot of knowledge. And I have to stress that it was not work only made by researcher. The project is about exchanging of non-academic and academic. So this is very rich, the biggest richness of the network of all of us. And this is now the point. We are summarizing this, and this is the point how we should disseminate this knowledge we worked out. And the question is, to you as a coordinator, but I think to all of us, how we are going to spread this knowledge all over and to encourage municipalities, stakeholders, all the others into the taking advantage of what has been done during these 5 years. So responding the question to Ivona, actually, I think we did a lot, but Pedro say...
I think it's the life after papers,
yeah.
No?
So, Pedro, what is your...
I have a very brief answer to that. We have asked the communication office of the school, of the university, to come, and they will be interested in interviewing some of you. So I just hope they come. I mean, we did our job, but they have to come. And if they come, then please be available.
Time to think over another project which will be going,
Yes.
about the sharing knowledge.
Just a quick note, we have to close now, but there is also, we have this event live streaming, so you can send to anybody outside. It's on YouTube, the full event, okay? And it's been taped. So it's a good way also of communicating. And we will now recess for...
1 hour.
No, we have Hugo.
One more. Hugo, you have half a second. You know, really, I have to close this at 12:30.
Thank you very much again, Pedro, for being who you are, and to that final conclusion with finally outputs, systematized outputs of our research project. Thank you also, Ivona, for being who you are, because we need people with your profile and skills. I remember first time when I applied my motivation letter to the project, what I remember I wrote that even though we can think about a lot of strategies and propose strategies and outputs, but again, it will be just another research academic project with no direct consequences on the social society. So again, last year, I remember that in our university, Lusófona, Grupo Lusófona, we had a formal big presentation of the now very well-known drainage pipe system of Lisbon. It was presented here in Portugal as the most sophisticated solution for draining water in Lisbon. It was presented at an academic level. And I spoke at the end of the conference. There was the project managers, the contractors, everybody. And I was announcing, I was I made a comment about the problem of these very hard edges solution that don't really contribute to the solution of the problem. So we were talking about the need of soft edges solutions as cheered by SOS Climate Waterfront project. So thank you again, but my final question is, after ending, and rephrasing what has been said here, after ending this project, thank you, Pedro, for conducting this so well. It would be very important, the afterlife of SOS Waterfront, and how really do we reach people and society and the players, the stakeholders. This is the most important thing if we want that our project to have really impact and real practical output. So thank you again, everybody. Thank you, Pedro, for accepting me in your team. And thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ivana. Thank you all.
Thank you, Hugo. And now I just wanted to, of course, to say that we will be back at 2:30. No? No?
1:50. 50. Because at 2 o'clock, I'll be introducing Matt, and then Matt will start.
Because there's a very high, hard schedule.
He's in California, and he's making a huge effort to talk.
Must be 6 in the morning there, no? Yeah. Yes. Okay, so I wanted just to ask Eva and Isabella, I think, and Ingrid, to give your pen with the presentations here to Ana Julia, okay? During this time. Thank you. See you later. I ask for your attention, please. We are now starting our afternoon session for this SOS Climate Waterfront Conference.
Hello? 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 I think there were some soft drinks. Okay. So we are waiting for our first speaker in the afternoon. Matt is here. Oh. Hi, Matt. Let's see if the connection is being established. Hello, hello. How are you?
Okay, good.
Okay, Matt. Good, good. Okay, so it is my pleasure to introduce you to Matt Condolf. Matt is a professor at the University of California, Berkeley, and he has published widely. His work is very well known. So it's a great privilege for us to have him with us today. Just a brief note on, and especially following the presentations in the morning, Matt has a PhD in geography and environmental engineering. So you will see this line of thought and the relevance of having Matt with us. I would say that his ideas are very much in the upfront of the discussion, and his particularly interested in water hydrology and how it relates with the urban environment. So I would like to welcome Matt and thank you again for this effort to be here with us. The stage is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Pedro. And I will try to share my screen. Looks like I can do it. All right. Well, the work I'm presenting today will be a combination of research. My PhD student, Pedro Pinto, who some of you may know. And so we'll talk first about sea level rise and what I find a fascinating comparison between San Francisco Bay and the Tagus estuary in Lisbon, and look at some implications of the history of with future climate change in mind. So we talk about San Francisco Bay. It's actually of the vast Sacramento River system. And of course, in this estuary, we have mixed fresh salt. It's actually the largest estuary on the Pacific coast of either North or South America. And it's quite unique in having a very narrow opening. This is what's known as Golden Gate. And because of the narrow opening and of fog offshore here, the early explorers, the Spanish explorers, completely missed this opening into this amazing estuary system. And as you can see, the whole system has this geologic grain of north trending, which is a result of the San Andreas Fault. Looking up San Francisco Bay here up to the Sacramento River Delta and the transit to Sierra Nevada, it's a tilted block. And so precipitation all along the and it and collapse through the San Joaquin, the Sacramento rivers. Some of these large foothills dams that are built transition from the mountain floors and if you were in one place or the other. So this is a key water source for the state and the country. Now let's look at how this area has changed over time. 12,000 years ago, sea level was about 100 meters lower. The coastline was 30 kilometers west of the Golden Gate. And we had the Sacramento River flowing as a river through all this. And with the rise in the sea level, especially the last 7,000 years, as the rise has slowed, we see the development of extensive tidal marshes. So these are shown here. This is about but since that time, over 90% of these wetlands have been drained or diked or filled. This was all accomplished by the 1960s. Closer look at some of these wetland losses. Here you can see these extensive wetlands in the southern part of San Francisco Bay. Most filled in, mostly drained or diked, and a lot of these have housing developments built on them, which is actually kind of scary. So if you look at all this urban land that is right along the bay, and much of it built on what was tidal marsh. This was supposed to be filled in even more. The Army Corps of Engineers had a plan for urban development, and there was kind of a very charismatic non-scientist who promoted his plan called the Reber Plan. But there were all these plans afoot, and the bay was being actively filled. Organization on, got a legislation passed in the state government. It's an amazing story, what happened. But before their work, this is the way things were being done. The margins of the bay were being filled with sediment, construction debris. All this stuff was being dumped in and allowed to drain and harden, and then turned into land. Anyway, that's what people were calling it, land. Won't last too long. This is an area in the 1930s being built initially for a World Fair site, and then it turned into a military base. So if you look now at the eastern edge of San Francisco Peninsula, a great deal of it is artificial fill. All this pink on this map is artificial fill that was put there. Now, one issue that comes up is that the artificial fill is prone to what we call liquefaction. So it's essentially turning into liquid of some of the layers of sediment underlying the surface. And when that happens, you lose the collapse during the 1989 earthquake. It was built on this artificial fill. And one thing that concerns us is the fact that, and much other infrastructure, some of the major highways are built on artificial fill. And of course, earthquake, smooth and functional. The repaving has been fast. They still have to beef up their dikes and everything. The whole thing is, it's how should I say, metastable. It's not going to last forever. As much as we, use the structure, it is extremely vulnerable. So, as I mentioned, this plan to fill the entire bay. This is a diagram that was created at the time by this guy. He was kind of a nutcase, but he managed to convince a lot of people. He was going to fill in most of the bay and have this ship canal. He's going to put a dam across the estuary up here and turn all this into fresh water. Anyway, fortunately, that it didn't pan out. In fact, the Army Corps built a scale model of the bay to test out this idea, and they could show that it was pretty stupid. Anyway, let's do a comparison now with San Francisco Bay and the estuary of the Tagus River in Lisbon. Very similar landscapes, but they developed under very different legal systems. In the San Francisco Bay, there was something called I think it was the Tidelands Act, the middle of the 19th century. And essentially under that, the federal government gave the tidelands to the states. And the states mostly gave them away to anyone who would do anything to whoever wanted these things, and they were developed in different ways. First for agriculture, but then a lot of it for urbanization. Now, what I'm going to try to explain to you is why today in the Tagus estuary, sea level can rise with very little conflict with human uses, whereas in the San Francisco estuary, as sea level rises, it immediately comes into conflict with urban.
Matt? Matt,
Sorry, Pedro.
Matt, yeah, we had some technical problem here. So we, you know, the last slide, we couldn't hear your voice. So we think about shifting to another network. Can you give us a couple of minutes?
We can do that. Also, I had to clear my throat, so I had muted myself, and I had clicked it back on, but somehow it reverted to being muted. So that might be the.
Oh, okay. But I think we are experiencing some difficulties because Rita here, she's saying that the network. So Rita. Sorry. You know, there is always these technical things with online presentations. So shall we move on, Rita?
Yes, we can move on.
Okay, let's move on then. If we experience troubles, then I'll report.
Yeah, okay.
You can go ahead. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. And sorry for my muting myself there. We can revisit this sequence of going from about 12,000 years BP during a low stand of sea level. So that's during an advance of the glaciers. And then as the glaciers were melting and sea level came back up, we can see the evolution and the development of these wetlands. About 4,000 years BP, you start seeing the tidal wetlands develop. 1,000 years ago, and then the current situation. So it'd be about 1800, so just before the gold rush and all the huge changes that happened as a result of that very rapid development. So again, you see the of these tidal wetlands, and then what happened? We had a lot of this was filled in, drained, piped, and so on. But it wasn't as bad as it could have been, as I mentioned. The Reber plan had been implemented. So now this is a very depressing map, at least for the San Francisco area. This is urban and infrastructure development. If you look at, these are to the same scale. This is the Tagus estuary. See, we have some areas that we know very well, Lisbon, right along the waterfront, Barreiro, and a few other places that stand out, but very little compared to all the development that has been done on these low-lying tideland margin. Now, the context, the historical institutional context is that in the Tagus estuaries, the tidelands and an additional zone were reserved for the crown and used mostly for livestock grazing and other agricultural uses, called the zirias. And this left these as I mentioned, we had all this filling, artificial filling of the tidelands, and what happens in situations when you impose sea level rise. This is an example of the kind of analysis that Pedro did for sea level rise effects on the Tagus estuary, and looking at the results. So if we have about a 1 meter rise above current sea level, we see certain areas being affected, but at that level, they're mostly what are already tidal wetlands that are affected. You do have along the Tagus estuary, because the Lasidias are considered farmland, they would be affected, but without particular consequences. Then if we go to 2 meter rise of sea level, we start seeing a very different picture. So all along the San Francisco Bay shoreline, you have urbanization being affected. These areas that are going to be either directly underwater, if dikes fail, they will flood. And even if the dikes hold, the groundwater will rise. And a lot of these areas will become just uninhabitable. Whereas in the Tagus estuary, you will have sea level transgressing across these different habitats. This is looking at the same thing, but in a sectional view. First, starting with the Tagus estuary, you have the mudflats and the salt marsh, classic kind of tidal habitats. And then above the astronomical high tide and this wave run up, that's all public domain up to there. And then above that, there is still controls. Whereas in the San Francisco Bay, basically right at the edge of the salt marsh, that was the limit of what was the public trust area. Dikes were built there and then development right up to that point. So as sea level rises, there is no place to go here. You're just up against a wall. Whereas the Tagus and the Tagus estuary, you can have sea level transgress and rise over the surface, and you just get a transition of these habitats as they migrate landward. For the San Francisco Bay, we talk about coastal squeeze because we have these tidal wetlands now, but as sea level rises, these tidal wetlands will be drowned out and they cannot migrate upslope because of the development and the walls that have been built. So then we can look at the impacts of the rising seas on these built up coasts. These are until an extreme event. And then, if you have some wetlands, some area to absorb wave action, you're in much better shape. But as the sea level rises, it drowns out those wetlands and they can't migrate upwards. And you have the direct impacts of wave action and also the impacts of rising groundwater on the things like storm sewers, which are going to start backing up, and sanitary sewers for that as well. And then eventually you start getting flooding of basement garages and then ultimately even the shoreline roads, and progressively you have to abandon more and more structures. And the impacts, again, they're not going to happen every single day. It's when you get a big storm, especially with a high tide, then all these impacts cascade at once. So this raises some interesting governance issues in adapting to sea level rise. The South Bay salt ponds, this was an area that was used for salt, evaporating salt. And then Charleston Slough is an important habitat for the city of Mountain View, which is where the headquarters of Google are located. Their headquarters of Google are down on former tidal wetlands. Same for Apple and anyway, a bunch of these companies they're right down on the bay. It's actually quite crazy when you think about it. Now, one strategy that has been proposed and actually implemented in a couple of places is to allow for the gradual rise of sea level and landward shift of creating levee that is not simply a narrow vertical levee, but has a gradual horizontal slope. And the idea is that this slope, here shown as 30-to-1, can absorb wave energy, and as sea level rises, the whole thing just migrates up. And so here's the current condition, and then in 50 years, the sea level would have risen to this level. And what we call the high marsh here is still intact, middle marsh, but these things can migrate upwards as the sea level rises. created a big push to try to restore some of this. So these old salt ponds were purchased by the government. The company got a very, very good deal. They shouldn't complain about all the money they made off of these things. And these are in the process of being restored. And this is what here's one of the salt pans, and then after its restoration. The company that owned these, Cargill Corporation, they sold almost all the salt ponds to the government for restoration, but they kept one, and they were hoping that they could develop this. Now, the real estate here is fabulously expensive. So if they were able to develop this whole area, these are the old salt ponds that they held on to, that would be billions and billions in value. So they were trying to develop this 600-hectare site. And during the Trump administration, the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, was sort of taken over by these rogue characters, and they declared that the old salt ponds were no longer wetlands. So under the Clean Water Act, they could be filled. But a federal judge reviewed the case and said, no, under the Clean Water Act, these would still be considered wetlands because they historically were wetlands. So Cargill appealed, and we're just lucky that in the 2020 election, Trump was voted out of office, and the incoming Biden administration replaced the leadership at the EPA, and so this decision was reversed. But it's, it's an incredible story of greed and environmental devastation that would have happened if this had gone through. Now, another complicated place, which I think we don't really have time to talk about, is Charleston Slough. This is in the city of Mountain View, and again, you've got Google here and all these incredible corporate headquarters on this low-lying land that's subject to impacts from sea level rise. But looking at how do you respond to all this? I mentioned the horizontal levees. Let's go back to there. Just make this point here. In order to build this, usually you start with a levee that's just here. It's just a narrow levee. So it actually requires bringing in some fill and filling out this part. As I mentioned, we have this now that prevents filling of the bay. That's what it was established in the 1960s because of all that bay fill. And now, today, this commission is very reluctant to approve any kind of additional filling of the bay, even if it's to create these so-called horizontal levees, which everyone agrees would be much better to adapt to sea level rise. Okay, let's get back to where we were. So this is an example of some of the complex web. We have different agencies, different levels of government that have some control or some influence over how these lands are managed. And they all have a different agenda. They all have different powers. Otherwise, you start running into the road right away. One interesting thing is in the Tagus estuary, you don't have as much habitat restoration going on. And that's largely because there's not so much need. The are in pretty shape. A lot of what happened in the San Francisco Bay does require some fixing. But you can look at the difference in what we spend on restoration in these South Bay salt ponds that are being restored, over $32,000 a hectare for the restoration. Whereas projects that we can look at, they're 10 or less of that in terms of the per hectare cost. anyway, so trying to I would like to touch on fairly quickly is houses that have been built in these low-lying lands. Do people there understand their risk of flooding? Do a national you have a dike that is protected against the 1 year flood is the typical level of protection, as I call it. If a dike or levee, then officially they are considered to not in a floodplain. And that's even in the case of this place. This is called Spanos Park West. It's a development in the Sacramento Delta. And here it's at sea level and goes to a couple of meters below sea level. So it's 4 meters below sea level. So this is all below sea level. It should be underwater, but it's being protected as a dike. And when we did our survey of residents' perception of okay, we're back. All right.
Yeah, we're back. But so do you think we believe it is our problem, not yours? So that's why we're trying to fix. But it was going very well so far. So maybe we should just keep going.
Okay, so not sure where we ended up, but did you all see this this development called Spanos Park West? It goes from about 1 meter by this dike, and so the people who live behind the dike, they believe they're protected from the flood. It's located here in the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta. This is the location, but you can see this complex of channels. Anyway, what we discovered in terms of the residents' perception was that they actually, most of them guessed, about half of them guessed pretty well about got that right. And interesting thing, this development, it was occupied by well-educated professionals. They had household incomes of more than $80,000 a year, but they were not aware of their flood risk. So you would think if any group of residents would understand this, these people would. The real estate agents from whom they bought their houses had told them that they were not in a floodplain. Like a number of people reported that on their responses. And almost no one was prepared for a flood. Most of them didn't have flood insurance because it wasn't required because they were behind this dike. They had no plan for what to do in case of a flood. And what they all really should have had were boats, to get out if they got flooded, but nobody had a boat. So you could say that these residents are exposed to involuntary risk. They didn't choose to accept this risk. And I think this is typical of many other places. This is the only study that's been, but I think this could apply to all these places that are behind levees in these areas, especially in these delta and tidal lands where you can be below sea level where you're located. And this gets to a comparison between the US and Europe, whereas in Europe, we often see these reminders of past floods. And so we have it's still in the consciousness, it's still in public consciousness. Whereas in the US, we build these memory-free subdivisions where no one mentions the fact that this land could have been underwater 20 years ago. And we're seeing more and more some efforts to try to bring that memory back and to make people aware of these hazards. This is a Starbucks in New Orleans. And if you go inside, you see the level of water during Hurricane Katrina in 2005. We had a competition for the 100th anniversary of the department. So back in 2013, we called it the Watermarks competition. And we got these proposals from people for how to communicate flood risk in places where you might not expect it. And it was quite interesting to see some of the creative things that people proposed. And again, these kinds of visual clues to the vulnerability to floods can go a long way to raising public awareness. This is a dwelling in New Orleans where they have a display of the level of Hurricane Katrina and then what was called the base flood elevation. More is virtual reality. And there's some very interesting things that have been done recently. I don't have video clips to show you, but this is and I'm going to wrap up with this idea that as we have climate change, it's not just sea level rise, but also floods are going to become more severe, droughts, we have more unpredictability and more extreme behavior in our wherever we can pull back the development. And especially if you don't have buildings there already, if it's just a parking lot or some other use, just pull it back and give the river a wide corridor. This is what we call an espace de liberté or fluvial territory. And if you do this before the land's developed, it can be relatively cheap. To do it retroactively is a real challenge. The city of Sacramento in California, fortunately, did this early on back in the 50s. From Nimbus Dam down to the Sacramento River confluence. This is for the American River, the major tributary of the Sacramento River, the Lower American River. This provides recreational opportunities, over 100 kilometers of trails, huge use because it's right in an urban area. There's salmon that spawn in this river as well. And you have a lot of recreational kayaking and so on. But it's also a favored habitat for homeless, which you can see why. The homeless crisis has gotten so bad in California And actually, Sacramento per capita has a worse problem than San Francisco, which is hard to believe, but it's largely because of the availability of these nice habitats for people. But it's always a danger because it's a Mediterranean climate, and a lot of these floods are pretty, it's a huge danger to these people living in these temporary quarters along the river. So despite all these problems, this American River Parkway provides a really amazing resource to the city. And because the banks are set far enough apart, they preserved a wide enough corridor, it can handle some large floods. Looking at another case, this is Munich, the Isar River, which was freed. The rock banks were torn up. The channel and the Lee Measure was expanded, and they also increased the height of the dikes to improve the flood management, providing a much wider corridor for the river. And they also added gravel, and the gravel was transported downstream and then built gravel bars. And this is some of the details of how they protected the banks. This is what we call hidden riprap or sleeping riprap. You can have a natural looking bank, but if it does erode, eventually you have something to stop it from going too far so it doesn't hit the infrastructure over here, the road or the buildings, whatever. Anyway, the result is that you have these gravel bars being deposited, which are heavily used by people for recreation in the summertime, and by wildlife at night and during the rest of the year. This was, to me, the most amazing project, 8 kilometers, costing only 35 million euros, which, in the States, this would be way more expensive. But days in the summer walking along here, you can go for 8 kilometers, and you see thousands of people using this resource. Okay, that's my whirlwind tour of some sea level rise effects, San Francisco, Tegas, and looking at how we might try to help our rivers adapt to climate change as well.
Matt, are you available for a few questions?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, good. So before anyone jumps in, I would like to present a question. I was particularly interested in the increase of cost of restoration and how that plays quite a powerful impact and also the necessity to inform the residents and how you were measuring the perception of residents and how they were they did not have this it was you named it an involuntary risk, which I think it's rising in a number of the cities that we have been researching in this our research project. So just to remind you, we are addressing Rome, Stockholm, Thessaloniki, Gdansk, and Lisbon. So we're facing different situations here. And I had a chance to be with you in Sacramento, so I won't go into that. But looking at the Isar River in Munich, it's so interesting how preventing can save so much effort and help the population avoid climatic disasters, which are raising in a number of our places. So after this long comment, I have a small question to you, is what is your suggestion to this European audience?
Well, I would, of course, the riverfronts are being restored, revitalized across Europe, which is great. They're often, most often, these projects are driven by a department within the city that is concerned with economic development and not necessarily other goals. And there can for bringing back some ecological function, for bringing back some flood capacity, and also very importantly, the social interactions that people can have with rivers. And so that would be one thing I would recommend, is that when approaching these kinds of urban riverfront revitalization projects, to don't write off the possibility of some ecological function, that a climate resilience function by having a wider corridor that can absorb more extreme events, and find ways to bring people down to the rivers, where kids can actually play, and people can experience the visual connection with the river, and potentially also kayak or other ways of actively recreating.
It's a kind of it's a question, because I was wondering, in all of these studies that you have shown, and also in this last part of the presentation, you were showing many kinds of many typologies, let's say, of buffer zones for this water fronts, for these water lines. And besides this, recreative and maybe also technical characteristics that you have, of course, made reference to. I'm wondering if there are other kind of important, if you think of other kind of important characteristics that these buffer zones can have. Let's say I was maybe thinking about some kind of political or legislation, yes, characteristics that could, let's say, bring some, let's say, administrative or political action in this, for all these areas, of course. Thank you, Matthias.
I think of, we have some examples in the U.S. where the river corridor Washington, now more and more the state of Oregon, and where under the state law, they have this designation of river corridor, and there are restrictions on development that are permitted in these river corridors. And it's largely to avoid what we would call geohazard, where that the river erodes under a house and makes the house collapse, or that kind of problem. So we do have these designations, and normally in the States, the local governments have a big say in these. So even though there's a state law with state designation, the local jurisdictions have to agree to this. And what usually happens is, right after a big flood, a lot of people are affected, then the governments will adopt these regulations that limit development. And then after 5 years or so, people forget about the flood, and then they relax the restrictions. And before you know it, somehow people get building permits in these really stupid places again. It's a pattern you see over and over. But in the States, we're not going to see national regulation or legislation on this kind of thing, I'm afraid. It's going to be state by state. At least with the Water Framework Directive, there's more opportunity to have a kind of a coordinated approach, I think, in Europe. So you have some distinct advantages there, I think, in terms of being able to regulate land use in some of these areas.
It's very interesting because we were here in the panel talking about the sustainable strategies and cultural heritage, and so kind of bringing let's say the memory aspects related or regarding the heritage connected with water. But maybe let's say your talk maybe I think told me about the memory of the flood. Maybe the dark side of this. It's also a cultural interest for us to think about. Thank you.
Maybe there is a yes, there is a comment online. Professor Paca, or any comments from Professor Monardo, please.
Thank you for this presentation. That was really interesting. I will have a more practical question regarding how you differentiate from strategic and planning point of view the riverfront from the sea waterfront. I mean, because this is a completely different problem in terms of it has a longer perspective in the future, and it might be unexpected or very difficult to handle, as you have said, about development reaching the sea, as in the case of the Bay Area in San Francisco. I mean, what about the urban grid or the urban fabric that's left to face the eventual sea level rise, but in a space that's totally developed? I mean, what perspectives do you see there? Very practical and, I don't know, like a brainstorming question.
Yeah. Well, and certainly in the case of the San Francisco estuary, these very short-sighted policies, and I don't know how you'd say it was a free-for-all in the 19th century, really. And I mean, this is the same era in which the state was financing militia groups, Native people. I mean, it was another world, but today we've inherited this stuff, and how we adapt to the coming reality. It's a huge challenge. I mean, and I would think that as the future reality becomes clear that these lands are going to become waterlogged, they're going to be prone to catastrophic flooding during high tides and big storms, that the value of the land will go down, and then maybe at that point the government would be able to compensate people, move them out, and move things to higher land, higher ground, and convert some of this back into tidal marsh. But you just think about the amount of concrete that's in these places now, and would have to be broke. That doesn't answer your question except to say that I don't have an answer. But I guess the first step is that there's recognition on the part of the public and decision makers of the reality of the situation. And even though everybody's talking about, how much sea level rise and so on, what I see mostly to date are people getting excited about little engineering fixes, that can do something. So, for example, the horizontal levee, which I think is it's a nice
That's
solution. You're still probably going to have rising groundwater behind the levees, where you've already got development. So, so there has to be some kind of recognition of the scale and the scope of the problem, and then some kind of long-term planning initiated that will allow this adaptation and migration. It's a term that is used quite a bit now is managed retreat. And so you recognize that you can't continue to occupy these places, but and then over time you try to soften the blow and make it easier for people to move.
Thank you.
We have another question in the room. The microphone.
I can scream. Yeah, I just want to thank the presentation, and I think that the presentation touched on a very important issue for me, which is environmental perception. I think that one of the big problems we are all facing here is the perception of risk. So I think what the presentation called attention is how important it is to educate people about that risk, how imminent it is. And another thing that was surprising was that development that was shown in the Sacramento River, that they built in floodplains. And I remember when I bought my house, we had to prove we did not need flood insurance, which comes automatic with the mortgage, with the loan. So I think that the role of mortgages or mortgage companies and insurance companies also add to the environmental education part of it. So if you're going to buy a house in a place that you find out it's a flood zone, you have to pay for that. That's part of your education and understanding about your risk. So I think that the whole idea of making the risk perception more clear to everybody is part of the solution, I think.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that. I think it's essential. We do run into some psychological barriers. There's some very interesting research done going back to the 60s and summarized recently in a paper or a book called The Ostrich Phenomenon or something like that, about these very interesting psychological reasons why people find it so hard to accept their catastrophic risk. So it's basically because it's outside of our everyday life and perceptions and activities. It's very hard to believe that these sort of catastrophic floods can happen. And anyway.
Any more questions? I mean, it's been an hour. I know it went like super fast, but Matt, I would like to thank you on behalf of the whole group. It's been a stunning presentation. Thank you so much. Very well structured, very clear, very well presented, and it really guides us in the next weeks when we are developing some work here. It was super generous from you. I know your busy agenda.
It was my pleasure. So thanks for the opportunity to join them remotely.
And thank you for the Lisbon comparison case study. It's really nice. Thank you.
Good. That is useful. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Okay.
Have a good rest of the
Okay.
conference.
Bye. Bye, Mike. Bye.
Yes, Bernardo just made my thoughts. So we have now a small pause for a coffee break, okay? So it's half an hour.
The next presenter is, do we have the list?
Yes.
Do we have all the presentations on pen drive?
I think so, but just to confirm, just to check if...
Can the presenters come to the table
Obrigada.
so that we make sure that everything goes well?
So the presentations will start at 3:30, and the first speaker will be Isabela Maria Burda, then followed by Ingrid Campo Ruiz, and finally Eva Stach. Thank you. Did someone saw Tulia? Tulia? No. Okay, but this is just a side not news. It's a request for the representation of the partners that please could, if they could just talk for 5 minutes after the conferences. Okay.
At what time?
5.
So at 5, project leaders meeting, 5 minutes, okay? Make sure you are there.
Okay. Oh, Tulia is coming. Perfect. This is yours. Yes. Ah, okay. Sorry. No, it's okay. I thought it was from Ana Júlia. Okay, so I think we can start. We are very English today. I thank you for that also. Tulia. So we are starting now our last table. So it's the presentation section with some presentations of our secondees with small, not small, but particular researches that can be shared among us. So that's very nice. Sorry.
Okay, so let's give the floor to Isabella Maria Burda, which will present us her work on soft urban blue spaces in a changing climate, transition models in the Baltic Sea region. And Isabella, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for invitation. We are still staying between land and water, so let me share with you some thoughts. Oh, it doesn't work. What should I do? Oh, no. Oh, okay.
We passed one slide, no?
No, this is the first. Yes, this is the first, because it's for the beginning. When you look at this picture, what comes to your mind? I will start with this. As for me, it reminds me that 90% of the world's urban areas are located on coastlines. And it means that climate changes will affect millions of people. And my name is Isabella Burda, and I'm an assistant professor at the Faculty of Architecture at Gdańsk University of Technology. And today I'm going to discuss soft urban blue spaces in a changing climate. As I live on the Baltic Sea coast, we will focus on this very region. In this short talk, we will discuss 3 issues. First, the definition of soft urban blue spaces. Then we will move to solutions for creating more resilient urban environments on the basis of 5 case studies. And finally, we will look at challenges facing Baltic Sea region in a changing climate. So what are soft urban blue spaces? We can say that the term refers to the zones around the boundary between land and water, and they can feature different water elements. They are designed to achieve resilient structures. It can be said also that the term soft refers to the ecological approach to urban design. And a good example to show it is the design of Financial District and Seaport in New York. You can see this case here. We can see here how water and land merge. And the resilient zone is created. To conclude, soft urban blue spaces are a vital part of a climate adaptive design strategies, and they are of special importance for cities facing the impacts of climate change. And let me now present the case studies. In the last research, which I conducted together with Lucyna Nyka, we decided to concentrate on the Baltic Sea region. I should say that in contrast to South Europe, the geological structure of this region is diverse. And there is an important characteristic of this zone that in the north there are mainly rocky coasts, while in the south mostly sandy ones. We analyzed 50 case studies and chose 12 for further investigations. As for the selection criteria, the cases will represent cities of different sizes, different locations in the city structures, and different types of water bodies and shorelines. And finally, different climate conditions to maintain geographical balance. Today, I'd like to present 5 case studies from 3 different countries: Denmark, Finland, and Estonia. So, the biggest project in terms of the area and the intervention scale is Nordhavn, Copenhagen. You can see this case here. It's still under construction. It was designed as an urban archipelago of small islands connected by pedestrian infrastructure and green elements. The coastline will get longer here as much as 300%. As you can see, new areas of both water and land will be created. And in the northern part, the form designed is not only breakwaters, as you can see, but also green areas connected with warning systems to protect this newly created zone in case of sudden water rise. Another large-scale development project from Denmark, although smaller than in Copenhagen, was prepared for the city of Kobe. It will be a sustainable district with a focus on modern and innovative solutions. And public spaces constructed on the new water edges will perform not only recreational functions, but they will also absorb the impact of water in extreme weather conditions. So let's now move to the projects from Finland. And the first one is still being under construction in Helsinki. Just like in Denmark, new areas of land and water will come to existence here. And the key issue, of course, is sustainability. The design focuses on encouraging biodiversity and on creating public spaces adaptable to changing sea levels and extreme weather events. And the next example, which I want to show you, concerns the transformation of the post-industrial area in Turku. Currently, the competition for redeveloping designs is in progress. And I've chosen one of the projects to show you the scheme. And here's proposed solutions. And in my opinion, it's a very good example of creating resilient scape on the water edge. And finally, let's have a look at the design from Pärnu, Estonia. Regarding the scale of the project, this is the smallest of presented solutions. And for me, it was important, and the Polish group of architects won the competition for the concept of the Baltic Sea Art Park there. And so, the main idea here was to emphasize the connection between the city and the Pärnu River. Even on such small scale of intervention, as you can see, the embankment is also transformed. Okay, let's move. And the project features a floating square which fits the scale of the city, I believe. I'm nearing happily to the end of my presentation. So let me conclude with some challenges facing Baltic Sea region. And first of all, we should emphasize that we should be prepared for rising sea levels, for sure, more frequent and severe storms, and as a result, increased coastal erosion and flooding. And another challenge that architects and other professionals face adapting to a changing climate is the complexity of the task. And as the presented case studies show, we can say that the boundaries reshaped as a green areas absorbing waves not only withstand the impact of water, but can also provide public spaces. And they can have various architectural and urban forms, ranging from linear and flat to more complicated and layered. And I prepared a scheme for this, and you can see this thought in graph. Let's say, let me leave you with one thought. All conditions and all ongoing changes prove that there is a lot of work for us to do. So all we need is to recognize and use the potentials of transforming places. So thank you very much. Thank you.
So thank you, Isabella. It's not a real question, it's just a comment on the value of the edges. So the edge may have like a length, a width. Yeah. So we are working on this transition space, and it's so valuable, so interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions from the floor? Yes, one.
I wanted to ask you, because you mentioned, thank you for the nice presentation. Really, it was very clear and very, leading step by step.
You need a microphone?
I don't know. It's for, yeah, it's better. I don't know. Can you hear me? No.
No, it was on.
Yeah? Oh, no. So you mentioned, because you presented only 5 cases, and which I really regret, because since you were just developing 12, and you have just look at the 50, which is a quite large number. Have you noticed some similarities, or because you wanted to show us as much as diverse this example are, but maybe there are some similarities, difficult word, that can combine all these examples, beside, of course, the issue of the sea and land, water and land line.
Thank you for this question. It's difficult for me to answer now. French words are coming. So yes, they are similar because there is always a change which depends on scale, on location. As I shown these steps to choose these cases. So different scales, different locations, and these all are conditions which decides about choosing the solution. Yes, so, but it's always similar because it. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Isa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a question.
Thank you for this very inspiring presentation. I was very interested by this comparison between case studies, and I was wondering, now it's a kind of landscape project we need in order to improve the edge between water and land. So as you shown, it was a lot of work done in order to have space, in order to have room for water. Instead to have just a line, hard line, we will have a more soft edge. But I was wondering, it's a very long process and also very engaging for the financing and for the administration, for the municipality. So are these projects so sustainable by a point of view of, it's very demanding of financing, so it's not so easy to do. Sometimes it's a project, but I don't know if we can be able to realize. Oh, it's really a challenge.
Yes. I don't know, just a comment. As we've seen the big projects which are under construction. So it's like, some kind of experience all the time and experiment even. Because when we know that it will last even 50 years or more, we don't know the future, as Professor Pedro said. We don't know. We don't know even what will be tomorrow or in a month. So 50 years, it's really a long process. So we should be prepared even for changes, but we will see what will happen, but it happens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Isabella. Now I call Ingrid Campos-Ruiz. Feel welcome, Ingrid.
So to begin the presentation, could you please help me? Thank you.
There's the mouse. Oops.
tenho rato. Não tenho rato. Não tenho rato, não sei mexer nisto. Não tenho rato. Isso é estranho. Ok, got it. Obrigado. Ingrid?
Yes.
No, it's like here, no? Normal.
Is the one on the right?
It's like...
Sorry. It should be.
Yes?
Nice.
And you just
Thank you.
go on.
Okay. Okay, so I begin. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate also you being awake at this time to listen to me. So my name is Ingrid, and I will go through 3 different aspects of my work today. The first one is I'm an architect, and I am also a researcher, and I have my own practice, and I am also an artist and environmental advocate. So I will go really briefly through these areas that I've been working with, which I think they interrelate with the conference and the project we are doing these days in Lisbon. And my research is funded by the European Commission, also with a Marie Sklodowska Curie Action grant. So for this research I'm doing now at KTH as postdoctoral researcher, I'm focusing on public buildings in Swedish cities. And to understand these buildings that have been built through the last 100 years in Sweden, I have been delving into also understanding the context of the cities and how the buildings relate to the larger urban context where they are situated. And this is Stockholm, which I will talk a little bit today. And Stockholm is a city that is placed in an archipelago, which is between the sea and the lake Mälaren. And so the water is a really important aspect of Stockholm life. And in terms of climate change and rising sea levels, well, the rising sea level in itself, it seems not to be a very important aspect for Stockholm. However, it is of much importance, the quality of the water, and how the climate change will affect the quality of this water. In this map, this is the sea, and this is Lake Mälaren. So, and they get together at this point where Stockholm city center is. So, with the change, with the climate change, what there will be is.
We have a pointer if you need.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. The problem is that Lake Mälaren is a main source of water for the city of Stockholm for drinking water, but also for recreational purposes. It's a very important public space for the city. So if there's according to the studies on climate change, the water and the water of Lake Mälaren will change its quality because there will be a change of timing of the quantity of rain throughout the year. There will be not so much snow, but there will be much more rain. There would be different amounts of water falling into this lake, on the rivers coming to this lake, and also the temperature of the water will change. So these 3 factors will affect, and there will be different biological activity and nutrient transport in the waters. There will be much more nitrogens, and the whole chemical composition of the waters will change. So the water quality and the aquatic ecosystems will change very importantly, but scientists don't really know how exactly. I mean, they will change, and the whole area will have a drastic change. But I'm very interested in relating these sustainable changes, or environmental changes, to how this will affect people. Because, of course, this will not affect equally to all people. There will be a lot of societal inequalities, because if the water in the lake changes, then it would only affect some people and some of the public spaces. And here we see a map that is published in a report explaining in yellow the areas where there's already problems with water, where there's problematic waters, and the red there's considered bad water. So this is now. So it could probably get much worse with climate change. So even if the change in topography will not affect the city, the chemical composition of water, it's going to be a very strong change into the public space and into the quality of people and the social impact. So I will relate this really shortly to how, to my previous research, which is my thesis on Malmö. It's called Labyrinths in Malmö, Intersections Between Architecture and Landscape, where I was looking at how architecture is related to landscape, and how this affects society, and how it also has a strong economic and political impact. This is Malmö Eastern Cemetery in Sweden, also a city by the water. And this cemetery was begun in 1916 and finished 1972, designed by one of the considered Swedish masters, Sigurd Leverentz, which is also the author of Stockholm's Woodland Cemetery, that many of you might know, because it's also a UNESCO site, protected site. So for me, the most important thing of this project is that there is a common shared space that doesn't belong to anyone who has more money or more possibilities. And it's this central space that was designed by the architects with the municipality, and it was for everyone to enjoy in the landscape. And on the sides, there would be the burials. And in red here, there's a map where it's located, and up in the image, you see there's the sea. That's the Öresund Strait, connecting the Baltic Sea and the Atlantic. And this is the map of the plan of the project, which grew from east to west, developed historically. And in colors, you see the shared common space, which was for everyone to enjoy equally. And on the side, there was the burial space for individual spaces. But it's important for me to think that there's a common shared space of landscape that belongs to everyone, and it's also strongly related to nature, besides the private interest of people. And this is an image of the last part of the project that was built, a little flower kiosk, which is very strongly also related to the human scale. Even if it's a monumental project, it's related to the human scale. And then I will go really shortly into some of my own practice. My practice of architecture is less waste architecture. I try to do projects which relate to social equality and human dignity, and also I'm concerned for environmental aspects. So I try to use, for example, this was an exhibition in the Museum of Costumes of Madrid, which is the third largest museum, and it was only done with recycled materials. This is also done with everything recycled materials in a private garden, and I try to use materials that do not produce a larger impact. on nature. Or, for example, this other project I had to do was I just didn't do any materials. I just told the people, the clients, well, you can just do the whole project reorganizing what you already have. You don't have to rebuild everything again. So they wanted to do a large renovation, but I convinced them to just change the furnitures. And these were some of the images of the project. And this is another project I'm building on with passive house standards to reduce the energy consumption. And this relates to one of, I would say, hobby, but also artistic works, which is wireless waste, which is I produce these performances, art performances, and this is waste I collect from nature. When I go walking, I come with bags full of this kind of trash. So I collect them, and after a few days, I produce these kind of works. And many of these waste end up not only in nature, but in the sea, as many of you might know. And it's a huge problem because, well, for example, you might have heard that there's there has been published in Nature, the journal, that the climate change is producing a change in the currents that come from the Caribbean to Europe, which affect the whole climate of Europe and bring the warm weather from the Caribbean into Europe. So these currents are changed by climate change and by damaging the ocean. So that this is one of the images I produced on that issue. This is another performance I produced on cans I picked up from the land, from walking. These were from the suburbs of Madrid, but this happens all over the world. Sorry, it's horrible. And this is based on the issue of this artwork is called the red mud, because when you produce aluminium, there's two very horrible situations for the climate, for the environment. The first one is when you extract the mineral, it's called bauxite. There's a lot of red dust produced in the areas where it's extracted, which is mainly in Guinea and Jamaica. And the people living there, they live in a dust cloud. And even the saliva is tinted in red. Everything is red because it's totally destroyed to extract this material. And then to produce the aluminium, from bauxite, from the land to aluminium, there's a subproduct that engineers don't know what to do with it. It's called red mud. And it's placed in large basins of contaminated soil. So every time you use one of these cans, there's a lot of consequences behind, not only the can that you happily put in a place to recycle, but there has been a lot of pollution already to produce it. And these basins of land, of earth, are highly contaminated with toxic materials like cadmium and mercury and all that, and sometimes they break and they produce large disasters, like for example, in Hungary, there was a big spill of this basin, and it killed 10 people and destroyed the whole life of the river that also goes into the Danube. And then this is another artwork I produced, picking up also a lot of cans and bottles. I began an initiative internationally to encourage people to reduce their waste and pick up waste from nature. So internationally we managed through Instagram to pick up a lot. Actually, I was very proud, a lot of engagement from all over the world. And it was the issue was called Oktoberfest, because in October, so these were beer cans and bottle cans. And well, I would just like to call into attention that many of this trash also ends up in the oceans, and not only directly because by mismanagement of us, but also because countries like many of Europe export trash to Asia under the issue that they are going to recycle it, but they don't have the facilities to recycle this trash, and it ends up in the ocean. Countries like Thailand and Malaysia, Vietnam, India, Indonesia, even Turkey, they pick up trash from Europe, they buy it, and then they don't have the means to manage it, and this is affecting chemically the whole water system that we have. So thank you very much. I will not go longer with that. This is a further reference of my work. If you are interested, the peer review articles and my thesis is online. And this is my contact details if you want to contact me. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Ingrid. Thank you also for highlighting two key points, which are societal inequalities and all these issues about pollution and waste. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, no, don't go. Just for a minute. I wanted to also to highlight this idea that I think I find in your presentation very interesting. Of course, the activism. I'm wondering if there was you in the photograph.
Yes, it's me.
Yes, it's you, no? So it's a very personal, bodily, you know.
It's a performance.
Yes. So so I think it's was calling, of course, the attention for this activist engagement for this idea, for the cause, of course. But I wanted to highlight here one question, one situation that I think maybe some can comment about it. It's because there is, we can talk about many issues about the waterfront, and you just came to talk about the invisible ones. So the chemical changes and the alterations of the water, and this invisible, and that Matthias Kandolf was also talking about, that we forget, the general public just forget some problematics about this climate emergency and the waterfronts. So I wanted to highlight this. I think it's really important in your work and in your presentation here. Thank you. Because we are always talking about design, but there are, of course, other issues, of course, very important. Thank you. Is there any question? Yes. Please, Fred.
Ingrid.
Yes.
Yeah, Ingrid, I'm impressed how multi-talented you are.
Thank you.
We were talking already 2 or 3 days now and then, but I now saw a different Ingrid than sitting beside her. What I was thinking, I was in Brussels this spring, and then they had built a huge building of old materials from other offices. I saw thousands of windows from houses that were the scale of this office. And when I'm in Amsterdam, there is always a boat floating there, made of plastic bottles. And I saw architecture from your hand and bottles with your hand in between. But how can you make the connection? Can we make architecture? Can we make buildings with rubbish? Or must we just not make any rubbish? Because I drink a Coca-Cola of a tin this lunch, so I feel weird now.
Of course, I strongly suggest that we make buildings reusing materials, and that also we as individuals can do a lot to improve the world. You might think, well, I'm just one person, but if everyone thinks that, then we change a lot. And buildings should, in fact, be much more sustainable, not only with improving the quality of isolation, like with passive house standards, which I am very advocate for, but also reusing materials, because actually in Europe, the biggest producers of waste and pollution is the industry. And in that industry, construction industry is one of the strongest producers. So if individual households are only about 7 or 8% of the total of waste production in Europe, but industry is 74%. So there's construction is really responsible. We should really build houses and new things with sustainable and reusable materials. Absolutely. Concrete is very polluting, so we should reduce the production of concrete.
But also, I maybe just make a point here, because you made you presented a project of you in a house that you in reality didn't change anything, let's say. And I point here also some, I think maybe sometimes it's virtual necessity to change the building. Sometimes it's not needed to change the building. So it's needed to reorganize the building, and the building can stay in many or the majority, let's say, of the cases that we are dealing with. So it's not just a question of reuse of materials, but of reuse of the space and actually structure and the building itself.
Exactly.
Thank you for that example.
And it's really amazing. For example, there's a lot of people and a very big business in building new storage space for people. And if we only reorganize what we already have, it would be so much better.
Okay. Okay. I think no. Is anyone anyone else? Okay, so Ingrid, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so now let's give the floor to Eva Stasch from the Netherlands, which will present Building Underground, an instrument for compaction and climate adaptation. Thank you, Eva.
This is yours. It should be this one. And you have the laser if you need.
Oh, thank you very much. And I have to stay here. I can't walk. Eh?
You can walk. Do you want the microphone?
No, it's all right. It's all right. Thank you. So thank you very much for being here. My name is Eva Stach. I'm coming from the Netherlands. I'm an architect and a researcher at the TU. I do the research actually because I'm really very interested in, I think, what Ingrid also pointed out. We have all to do something with our buildings and our climate change. This special report, where I would like to take you with my last activities, was sustained by the Center of Building Underground, which is very interesting that there exists a center for building underground and mostly working on the tunnels and pipes and things like that. But in this specific case, they turned to architects and formed with us multiple teams with different disciplines in it. There were architects, but also specialists, geohydrological experts, and artists, and landscape architects, so all kinds of people. I will jump just in the problem, in the middle of it. We know all that we have great problems, and we know also that these climate problems can be solved only if they are approached integrated. So our heat problem in a city is not alone standing. The flash floodings are not alone standing.
And the drought is also a result of the other problems. So if we approach these problems, we have to approach them all in one and not separately. The second point which led to this research was that we need to integrated approach the whole climate adaptation. And this specific drawing shows that the integrated approach is an integrated spatial, the integrated approach of the room, of the space, which is very important because we are, architects probably will recognize the problem. We approach the space linked to the owner, and not to the space, and not to the integrated problem of the space. So this is our starting point. And we put the question, can we solve these problems, at least partly, of course, by architecture? We are following now engineers, we are following all kinds of other specialisms, but maybe architecture is a very good instrument to solve them. And we concentrated on the underground, which is a neglected part of our tasks. In the architecture programs underground, we use always to put everything in it as it comes, and that's it. And then finally, we have an underground. We found this very nice picture made by some colleagues, which is a piece of Amsterdam, which shows we have a nice Amsterdam, colored buildings, all specific Dutch. And what's it below in the soil, it's one big mess. It's everything put as it came, and as the importance was for one of the owners or the other owners. And we asked the question, what if we design it? What if we concentrate now on this first part of our job, of our total integrated job? And we have a look, how can we do this? Of course, we are also architects. So we asked architectural questions in this specific case. One was that, yeah, we have our architectural facility and ecological functions always side by side and not really integrated. So how can we integrate these different functions? And actually, what we did, we tried to develop some methods to start with a kind of design for the underground. So my presentation is a report about what these possible methods could be. In the first place, we tried to develop a tool to answer the question, what are we doing actually in this underground? The second one was why? Why are we doing this? Is of any value? And the third one is how can we do it together? And I began with the first one. This is a program matrix tool A, we named it. And then I will try to put at each tool just what is the objective. In this case, was the objective as an inventory to get to know the opportunities and what happens there. Can we do something with it? And the result is a matrix to get to appropriate special strategy. We distinguish three functions which in each case has to be in the underground, and which is architectural functions, as we will to design it, and perhaps this is also an opportunity to solve some other architectural problems in the city. Facility functions, because of course until now we always put everything facilitating the city in the underground, so this function needs to be also now available. But ecological functions we find now much more important than until now. And ecological functions are neglected in the underground until now. And the ecological functions means the use of vegetation or the use of water, or what do you do with all these things. they are dependent on the underground and we never look at them. So we discovered that we have a current model strategy, which is just what I told you. We built and we put some things underground. But if we can try to combine these categories, for instance, in this case, facilitatory and ecological, then we get a sort of collective foundation, which is much more interesting than just putting the pipes underground. A second one, if we combine architecture and the facilitatory functions, then we get a split-level city, perhaps, which is also very interesting because it solves a lot of other problems. And a last one, a strategy of built landscape, which is of course, our preference, and perhaps we could go to another one where we combine all three functions and we have enough focus for all three, which is not the case yet. We did a hell of a job just looking for all the functions which are possible to be put in the underground. There are many, much more than is in this matrix. And we discovered that really, if we all these categories of functions, we try to combine them in a way, then we just see, I have here a kind of focus on, a zoom in. Then we come to a kind of play, a game, which we can do together with our building team, and which lead us to understand better which focuses and which accents we need to use in the underground. And also, we hope that such an instrument will be also an instrument to convince other people. We spoke already together about how to build a bridge between us and between the developers, the municipality. And such a game we hope and we will try now to bring it to the municipalities and to developers, will help to understand everybody what an opportunity probably the underground is. The second was a tool for to understand what for values we add actually if we are doing such a complicated thing. Is at all a value, and the value we connected it with time. And here I have no really very interesting sheets, but the value creation in the project, what we found indicated that there are really very interesting opportunities, and we hope that this instrument will help to make choices again. We looked in each case to human value, to intellectual value, productive value, of course natural value, and I will stop here for a moment. It's one of our problems now that if we want to use ecosystem services in the cities, we have no place to put it. So the natural value of such an approach of the design process will allow us to use ecosystem services in a much better and more intensive way. The financial value, of course, and probably a social value. And then the last one, which is a vertical puzzle, and which we developed in the hope that we will learn to play together, which is we know that we try all to do something together, but does we work good enough together? So we turned to a game, simply a game just like children. And we took I don't remember what's the name of this game, but probably everybody knows it. We played it. They are coming, the blocks coming down. Tetris. And if you use Tetris in 3D sort of way, then you can build with it. So it's what we did. It's really a game. In order to learn to work together, to have fun together when we are designing. And of course, it's a serious game, and in the hope that we can very good outline the project. it looks like this. We had really fun whole day to build all kind of things. We did in different ways. We were more at the table, and everybody did another kind of input for the whole thing. And we found it a very interesting game because suddenly we discovered that we can connect much better architecturally and functionally the underground with the upground. So if we look at it as one space and we don't make a surface there that under this surface it's doesn't matter what happens, it matters what happens. And we look at it as one, these are the pieces, then we can build in this way. And this is actually the end of my presentation. It was only a report about what we are now trying to do. We have made a whole workshop project of it, which we try to go to municipalities, to official people, to developers, and to try to make a real knowledge sharing about it with much more details than I told you now. This was it. I also put here my email address in case of anybody wants to know more. And this was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. So we saw previously the importance of transversal view, so from the sea to the inner land. So I would like to thank you for changing again our point of view from above to underneath. So we have this 3D view that we must take into account. So and I would like to ask you, we are working on a maybe local scale. What about the territorial scale?
Scale.
Scale, yes, the basin scale, because this is like an urban project. What about understanding the same interconnections in a territorial scale?
I found it very interesting today because there were many presentations where actually the scale is the big scale, big projects at the front between and the interface between the big sea and the big land and what happens there. And in none of the cases was looked at what happens down there. So I found it for myself very interesting. There were some drawings where you could see that happens something down there, but this was a project where we concentrated really on the city. But the lesson of the project was that this is not enough. We should understand the underground, even if the scale is very big. I also think that to have a communication between the scales is enormously important. We are very used to look at the big scale and then we feel very nice. We can do such big projects, it's very nice and it's okay. And others are doing very small projects, but actually I think that all small projects are in the big projects too. And to understand the big project many times is the only way to understand the very big one, the very little one. So I think that perhaps not these instruments, but the idea of looking to the space as a continuous thing and not as it ends here. It does not end here. Only our perception of it ends here, because we are limited in our perception. Did I answer?
I think we have a question.
Thank you.
A quick question. Okay. Yeah, you could. Thank you for inverting our perception of space.
That was the point.
Yeah. So you're from Holland, right? So I'm curious to to know your comments, like, because in a lot of places, especially in Holland, the underground water is very shallow, right? So have you considered the cost of doing that when the water table is very shallow? I mean, in the city I live, we don't even build anything underground because it's too expensive. So what would be the implications of that? Did you take that into consideration in your equation?
This is a very, very Dutch question.
Yeah,
Dutch
well,
people
I know.
immediately,
It's just
what
because
you
you didn't
say,
mention that, yes.
Dutch people ask immediately what it costs. but maybe I would try to change your perspective again, because the costs which we are calculating mostly is what it costs when you are developing, what costs the entrepreneur, the architect, what costs the materials, what is the cost of the construction itself. And it's why we have an instrument developed for value, because this cost image is only really good and satisfactory if you have the other part of it, what are the benefits. And if you do not calculate the real benefits, if you calculate only the exploitation, what we do now, we always calculate, yes, how many money we can earn directly. So all these social benefits, the human benefits, the health benefits, mental health and physical health, the cultural benefits, which are huge many times, we just don't calculate them because perhaps because there are different portemonnaies where the money is going. So the developer is doing the job, and he calculates what's the benefit for me. And all the other benefits are going to, for instance, to the city, to the people, to the insurances, but they are not considered. So I think that our way of calculating, it's not right at this moment.
I wouldn't agree with that.
We can agree later.
I wanted, may I?
Yes.
Thank you, German. Once again, thank you for changing our perspective, of course. But I wanted to thank you also that you raise or put on the table also this engagement of the society. And this last tool, I think, very well represents this engagement and this playing game, which actually goes not only to the wide public. I know that everybody likes to play, and by enjoy, you can give a message, very important message. But I wanted to ask you about this because maybe I didn't understand at the beginning the organization. This is what you mentioned at the beginning. It's the center building underground. This is the NGOs. This is the group of people who are only architects, or these are interdisciplinary research group. You said that you are going to spread the message or the research you are doing to the public, but I would like to know more about the
organization.
Yeah.
This is a very interesting organization. I found myself because it's on the campus at the TU, so it's actually born from the TU, but it's concentrated totally on the underground. It's a very young organization, some years. And they began with tunnels and, as I told, with pipes, with the normal thing which we always look at if you look at the underground. But now they are beginning to open, and they facilitate financially different researches, and then they attract the people who are necessary and mostly multidisciplinary, mostly. Sometimes even just private persons are invited to participate, exactly to have as colored image at the end as possible, because it's one of the big issues. How you are capable to take all the insights of the very different insights of the very different people. It's now very interesting to look at cities from other perspectives. I'm very glad to see that it's more and more happening because we are used to look at them in one specific way. My very nice example is to look at the city from the car and for the parking, or to look at the city from the greenery. It's quite a different city. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva, for explaining us and that public space is three-dimensional. It's not about streets and squares and something. It's also about the soil, it's also about the air, it's about the water. So then we consider costs and profits. We need to consider long, mid-term costs and profits. That will be the difference. And you explained it very well. Thank you very much. It's about space, but it's about public space, 3D public space. That's how I
don't even name it public space, because with public space we think always to the place where everybody can be. I say the open space between the buildings.
No, I mean, no. I mean, public space, 3D concept means that as a public, it's not that the soil belongs to an individual per definition. No, the soil belongs to the public. The water belongs. Well, I know it's not the case in many cases after decennia of neoliberalism, but it should be, and it should be like that again. The space, it's not that it belongs to us to make a profit. No, it belongs to us because we are part of nature.
Yeah.
We are part of that public space, and we should behave. So thank you for pointing that out again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Germaine, and thank you, Eva. I'll just finalize this session remembering you, Eva, that there is a very interesting case study that maybe you could put your eyes in, the gold mines exploration in South Africa, that people buy a piece of, a very small piece of land, let's say sometimes 1 square meters, 2, 10, 1,000 square meters, it depends on the money that you have, and you start digging, you know, in searching for the gold. And this is a very 3D it's very interesting 3D case study for gold. Yes, it's really nice. I advise you to see that. Thank you all. Oh, okay, of course, but I don't see where.
Sorry, I wanted to ask a question to Eva that is connected to one of the previous questions, but I was a little bit concerned that perhaps she's tired and she would be annoyed perhaps by my question because it's about the cost again or the economic value. Because you mentioned different values that are considered in the model, but I didn't see the economic value. And in fact, with the productive value is not the same as the economic value. And you mentioned the financial, you mean by this is the economic value, okay. Because also you mentioned the benefits, which are indirect ancillary benefits, which is really hard to calculate in monetary terms, so it's really hard to come up with cost study about the benefit and the cost in that sense. So it would be really hard to communicate this to politicians, whether we like it or not. At the end, this is what they would ask. What is like the benefit, cost, and benefit of this project?
It's really very interesting what you say. Thank you very much. Because there are two things. One is if we stay still, if we do not change our perspective and we stay with the financial benefit. So if we still will say the money is expressing exactly the value, then we probably cannot make real steps. I tried in a project now, I didn't spoke about, I tried to say the benefits are so big for a project of greening an existing building in the Netherlands
that we can calculate that in terms of money, but maybe we do not have to say euros, we have to say they are flowers. How many flowers you get, and you will not believe, but it was accepted. So me too, I was surprised, and actually they greened the building according to what we calculated that it brings an amount of flowers. But thank you for your comment. It's very important.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify my question, and thank you for the time. I think that one of the good things about a conference like this that we can talk, we can dialogue and raise questions, right? So I'm not sure if I was well understood. I'm not meaning only the economical value. In my simple logic, I'm very simplistic. If you want to save the soil, raise the building. So I go back to the modernists that built on pilates, right, on stakes, and then you can have whatever. So you save the soil. My question is much more about the total cost. For instance, psychological cost of living underground. Some years ago, just an example, years and years ago, you guys were not born yet, but I was part of, I used to live in Brazil. So I helped my neighborhood association to fight the building of a huge shopping center underground to a horse tracking, okay? So what I want to remind you, if you build underground, if the water is shallow, the water goes up somewhere else. And we managed to block that because all the imperial palm trees along the botanical garden would just fall, right? Because if you build underground, the water that's there is going to go up somewhere else. It's like you're in a bathtub. So there's a lot of costs involved in that. It's not just building underground. What else? How do you ventilate the place? How do you live there? How do you circulate from one to the other? So that's I just didn't want you to understand that, oh, it's more expensive. Of course, you can pay more, but if you want to save the soil, build up. That's anyway. And where the water goes.
Okay, thank you, Vicente. And of course, thank you all. I was advised to, to close the session. So yeah. So I think we had a very interesting, long presentations today. Very nice, very different perspectives, and that opened, let's say, in my own perspective, that opened here many ways, paths to understand a little bit more about this relation, between the earth and the water. So thank you all for being here. I just wanted to make to call your attention. Tomorrow the works will start at 10 o'clock sharp. So I ask you please to come maybe 9:30 or a little earlier to continue with our very straight English-Finnish schedule. Thank you very much.